goal is to actually grow your channels and shit, that's not a good idea. So I mean, the point being, I don't disagree with you at all. I think that stuff's fun, but the majority of people don't. Unfortunately. Sorry, I forgot to start my YouTube short stream. Okay. Yeah, the first thing I want to look at is this. And also, sorry, this stream might be slightly clusterfucky, even though we do have like a decent amount of stuff that I want to look at. This might be decently clusterfucky because I just changed so much stuff about my setup. I went back to the 2 PC setup, streaming off my second PC. We're doing that again. Mainly because I kind of wanted to be able to change my workflow for stuff. Okay. The main thing is I wanted to be able to record while I stream. And it was too taxing on my processor to be like doing everything on stream and then streaming to like 4 platforms or like 4 different outputs and then also have the recording going. It was like stressing the shit out of my computer. So we had to return to 2 PC. All right, anyway. This is a fucking tweet from Kyle Cheney, who is incredible, by the way. If you don't follow Kyle Cheney's super good he's one of the political legal analysis guys. He's fucking dope. Here's a new one. ICE prevented a man from self-deporting by a June 11th deadline. He asked ICE to let him leave and had a one-way plane ticket for June 10th. Then ICE re-detained him because he missed the deadline. Due process violation, judge rules. Excuse the fuck out of me. We stand Kyle. Kyle is the GOAT, bro. This is wild, bro. So, essentially what happened here is that ICE gave this dude a final... okay. For one, actually, hold on. We'll get into that later. I was going to say, for one, people are heavily conflating what's going on here with... or people are heavily misrepresenting, so far from what I've seen in the story. I haven't dug too deep into it. Again, like I said, we're saving that for stream. But from what I've seen, motherfuckers are conflating the shit out of what's going on here with something it's not. But essentially what happened here is, this guy was given a final date that he had to leave the country by an immigration judge, right? That was June 11th. Judge says, all right, I'm giving you an order, and I'm giving you an order right now. You got to be out of here by June 11th. He says, okay, that's fine with me. I'll self-deport. You don't even have to toss me out of the country. I'll leave, bro. So he buys a plane ticket for June 10th, the day before he has to leave. And he says, Judge, I'm following your order. I'm going to be out of here. I got a one-way ticket back to Colombia. That's where he's from. I got a one-way ticket on June 10th. I'm going to be out of here by the date you said. Boom. Cool. Awesome. June 10th rolls around, and ICE refuses to release him from custody to go get on his plane out of the country. So the date that he bought the ticket for, it comes and goes. He's ready to leave. He's got a plane ticket, but that date comes and goes because ICE won't let him out of custody to go catch his flight out of the country. Then June 11th rolls around the next day, and ICE runs to court to say, hey, Judge, he didn't leave by the date. He didn't leave. What the fuck? So you have to give him a final order of removal. We're gonna ask you for a final order of removal for this guy, and you have to grant it to us because you gave him a date to leave the country by, or he was given a date to leave he was given a date to leave the country by, and he ignored it, didn't follow it, didn't leave. So now we're gonna get his ass. Bullshit, bro. ICE created, in short, I guess a short way of summarizing, ICE created a situation that would allow them to punish this guy. He tried to follow the order. He tried to follow the law. He tried to do what he was supposed to do, and ICE manufactured a situation to punish him further. Some bullshit. Bang. Hold on. Sorry. I'm getting the fucking AI, or I'm getting the fucking bots in my Twitch chat. They gotta go. Gotta delete them. Gotta get them the fuck out. Because I ain't got no mods to do it for me. Okay. Some bullshit. For one, I want to read off the screenshot Kyle actually posted. In the run-up to June 11th, actually, fuck it. This is all going to be from the order. Fuck it. We're reading the order. Oh, it's short as shit, too. I didn't even realize this was going to be mad fucking short. Okay. Well, yeah, good. I'm glad. I don't want to read the thing. This is wild. Let me do this so we can all see perfectly clear what's going on here. Okay, I overdid it. There we go. I don't want to overdo it because my face cam for my recording is kind of in a different position. Okay, fuck it. I guess that's the best we can get. For the purposes of this brief opinion and order, the court assumes virtually full familiarity with the facts and procedural history of the case. Obviously. As a rule, individuals lawfully determined to be deportable from the United States are not entitled to leave on their own terms, but instead face detention and forcible removal, from Monsalvo v. Bondi. But in some circumstances, the government can afford the option of a voluntary departure to non-citizens of good moral character. True. So what's the win for the government here? How does the result in a deportation? How does this result in a deportation they wouldn't anyways get? Brother, I don't have a fucking clue. That's why I saw this story. I was like, brother, there's no fucking way. This is one of those ones where you see the headline and you're like, there's no fucking way, right? That's why we're here. We got to read it. We have to read into this further. Because, I had the same question. I'm like, what the fucking why? Why? For what? The result's going to be the same. Okay, you want the guy gone. He volunteers to leave. Not only, okay, it's even crazier, right? So you identify a person that you want out of the country. They volunteer to leave. You accept that arrangement, right? You as ICE, or you as the federal government, you say, okay, you would like to leave on your own volition. Because, obviously, we just read it. It was just cited, but I would have said that, I was going to say the same thing. Like, ICE, the federal government doesn't have to let you leave on your own volition. They don't have to. If you're, if you're an undocumented immigrant and you're in removal proceedings, they don't have to let you leave on your own volition. They can hold you and then forcefully deport you. When I say forcefully, it's forcefully, right? It's government force. They can just take you out of the country themselves, right? But in this case, they didn't opt for that option. They said, okay, you want to leave on your own volition? We agree. We will go ahead, buy a plane ticket, and we'll let you go. We'll let you leave on your own accord, right? They agreed to that. And then when the day came around, they're like, nah, never mind, motherfucker. We changed our mind. For, why? Motherfucker, for what? For what possible reason? And so obviously we have to look into this. This is crazy. And then this raises a separate question. How often, but this is the first one of these situations that I've heard of, right? We've gone over a lot of insane immigration cases so far during the course of this administration. But this I've never heard of before. This is new to me. And I also, like Kyle says that in his tweet, right? Here's a new one, right? So I don't think he's heard of this happening before either. I haven't heard of this. Seems like he hasn't. This is wild to me. Seems like more general left hand. Wait, hold on. I gotta change the size of this window because you're getting cut off. Seems like more general left hand, right hand in Yeah, I agree with you. Obviously, it was probably two different. The decision was made at probably two different levels, right? There was probably someone originally that agreed to the arrangement to let him voluntarily deport, self-deport. And then someone else down the line seems like they made a different call, which is fucking wild, which is just bleeding from every pore of these guys. Oh, absolutely. All right. Let's see. I'll reread it. But in some circumstances, the government can afford the option of voluntary departure to non-citizens of good moral character, of course. As the Supreme Court has noted, when the government grants a non-citizen the option to voluntarily depart, it effectively makes detention and removal contingent. Officials may detain and remove the individual only if he remains in the country after his voluntary departure period has expired. Yeah. Fuck. Cite your case, bitch. Because actually, this is one of those ones. Whatever case this is from, I doubt I've read it because this verbiage doesn't feel familiar to me. This quote doesn't feel familiar. Usually, even if it's a case that I didn't like, even if I've read the case, even if I didn't like, even if it was like a lazy read, so to speak, and I didn't like really get into it too deep, if you pull a direct quote out of it and then read it to me, I'll be like, well, I've read that for sure. I recognize that, but I don't recognize this. And this is one of those ones. Cite your fucking sources, bitch. This is one of those ones. I would have read this case, whatever this is from. I could just look it up. I'll just copy the quote and paste it. I'll find it, but. On May 12th, 2006, while the petitioner was in custody, an immigration judge ordered that he, the petitioner, be allowed to voluntarily depart from the United States. See petition for writ of habeas corpus? Yeah, sure. 2006, by the way? Really? Jesus Christ. Oh, wait. Can I make a prediction here? Never mind. That actually makes sense to me. I bet you, here's what's going to happen, right? The reason the judge in this case quotes this exactly, right? When the government grants a non-citizen the option to voluntarily depart. Here's what I think happened. All right, here's my prediction. You can make fun of me if I'm wrong. I think in 2006, in this case the judge is about to talk about, an immigration judge granted him the ability to voluntarily depart. So ICE let him go. DHS released him from custody. And then, on the date he was supposed to voluntarily depart, he didn't. And he stayed in the country. And then he was recaptured, redetained by this administration. And he asked if he could voluntarily depart. They agreed. And then when it came time for him to voluntarily depart, I think in the interim between them agreeing to let him voluntarily depart, and then when it came time for him, on June 10th for his flight, when it came time, I think somewhere in there they realized that he had already been granted the ability to voluntarily deport in the past and didn't leave. And so I think in the interim they found that out and changed their mind, decided to not let him go because they were like, oh, well, this guy is already in the past not left when he said he would. So we don't trust him to do it this time. So we're not going to let him out of detention. I think that's what happened here. But the problem with that is that once they, and again, this is why I say I think this is the exact reason that the judge is citing this quote from the Supreme Court, because the problem with that, like that feels sympathetic. There's to a lot of people that's going to feel sympathetic. A lot of people would say, given presented with those facts, and again, this is just my prediction. I don't know if this is true, but a lot of people presented with those facts would say, oh, well, that makes sense to me then. Right? They initially agreed to let him voluntarily deport because he offered. He was like, "Fuck it, I'll just leave." And they were like, "Sure, go ahead. You can just leave if you want. If you're gonna leave on your own, then fucking do it. Get out." That right? That's the initial interaction. And then later they find out that he had already been presented that opportunity and chose not to leave. So they changed their mind. A lot of people would hear that set of circumstances, hear that set of facts, and go, "Well, I understand. Fuck it, I get it. I understand why ICE didn't let him leave. I understand why they kept him in custody." You can't trust him at that point to actually leave on his own. I feel like that would be the general take. The problem is, and the reason the judge is quoting this from the Supreme Court, is that is all irrelevant. Whether or not it's understandable that they wouldn't trust him, which I think it is. If that is what ends up happening here, if that's what we read, if those are the circumstances, I understand why they wouldn't trust him. He's already violated that trust once in the past. I get why you wouldn't trust him again. However, it doesn't matter. That's all immaterial. And that's why this quote is in here. Because once DHS, once ICE makes that arrangement with the person, once they agree to let a person self-deport, the only circumstance in which they can continue to detain him is under the circumstance in which he doesn't leave, in which he stays after his after the time he said he was going to self-deport, or the date that they gave him that he had to be out by. Right? They can only detain him and keep him in custody if he does not leave by the date he was given to leave. I think probably the government's argument here is probably gonna be, well, listen, Judge, the reason we didn't let him leave, the reason we didn't let him out of custody to leave, is because we actually were because the judge, the defense in this case would make that argument. They would say, well, you're only allowed to keep him in custody if he chooses to not leave by the date he was given to leave. And the government, I think, will come back and say, well, that's what happened. He was given a date to leave 20 years ago, and he didn't. And so we were detaining him because he didn't leave when he said he was going to 20 years ago. Unfortunately, that argument cannot possibly win the day. And it doesn't, because obviously we know, spoiler alert, the government loses this case, or at least the judge ruled that this was a due process violation, right? Which I think it is. I think it's the right call. It doesn't matter what happened 20 years ago. This is a completely separate arrangement. This agreement, the agreement to let him self-deport now, today, in 2026, is separate and removed entirely from whatever the fuck arrangement he had back 20 years ago with the government. Those are not the same thing. They have to be treated as separate arrangements because they are separate arrangements made very far apart from each other. So you can't use that one 20 years ago as an excuse to detain him now, right? If you agree to let him self-deport, you have to let him. You gotta let him. You can't fucking keep him in custody and not let him self-deport once you've already made the agreement to let him do it. Okay? Anyway, that was a long-winded way of me saying that's my prediction for how this played out, and what we're about to read. That's my prediction for what we're about to read. Now let's read it and see if I'm right. Let me get rid of that fucking Zen in my mouth real quick. That feels sound to me. Everything I just said. I think I'm probably I think I'm right. We'll see. I think I'm right. We'll see. Oh wait, I think I'm already wrong. I think I'm already wrong. It's not my fault though. Not my fault. I can see I just kind of read ahead. I think I'm already wrong based on this sentence right here, but it's not my fault. It's the fucking judges because he typed this up wrong. Or one of his clerks typed this up wrong. Because this reads on May 12th, 2006. However, immediately it comes down here and references June 11th, 2026. Now, unless the judge in this case right here, unless this immigration judge gave him 20 fucking years to stay in the country, which I doubt. I don't think I doubt that. Unless this judge gave him 20 years to stay in the country, my guess is going to be this was supposed to say 2026, but the clerk fucked up a number. So ignore everything I just said. We just wasted fucking 10 minutes of me going over that. I think all that was wrong. Okay. On May 12th, 2006, while the petitioner was in custody, an immigration judge ordered that he, the petitioner, be allowed to voluntarily depart from the United States. See petition for writ of habeas corpus, Exhibit B. Per the immigration judge's order, the petitioner was ordered to depart by June 11th, 2026. In the run-up to June 11th, 3 main things happened. First, the petitioner's counsel emailed the respondents several times, confirming that the petitioner needed to depart by June 11th. The petitioner, okay. So they're not going to be able to fucking say that they did, they're not going to be able to say this was some clerical error or some mix-up, all right? It was confirmed multiple times, like the petitioner's counsel reaching out over and over. Hey, just so you know, remember this motherfucker. He's got to be out by the 11th. Remember, he's got to be out by the 11th. Hey, remember, he has to be out by the 11th. Okay, got it. Petition Exhibit D at 19, asking to coordinate his departure and requesting that the petitioner be allowed to travel on June 10th. Now, the real question is going to be to see if DHS agreed to this. If at any point they agreed to this arrangement, where they said, "Hey, can he leave by on the 10th? We'll get him a plane ticket. We'll have him out June 10th. Does that work?" If at any point DHS came back and agreed to that arrangement, then I think at that point it's a done deal. In order to comply with this voluntary departure order, at 10:23, requesting clarification on how to proceed with assuring that the petitioner is able to follow the judge's order. Cool. Second, the petitioner bought a one-way plane ticket from New York to Colombia set to depart on June 10th. Cool. And third, ICE did not permit the petitioner to depart on or before June 11th. Interesting. That doesn't really clarify whether or not, because all we get up here is that, I'm sure it'll be clarified later in the order, but all we get is that the petitioner's counsel requested that he be allowed to travel on June 10th. We know that the request was made. What I want to know is whether or not there's any point in which DHS or ICE agreed to that arrangement, where the counsel asked, "Hey, we're looking at getting him a plane ticket for the 10th. Is that cool?" If at any point they came back and said, "Yeah, that works, great, yeah, awesome." If that happened, then yeah, this is a done deal. The DHS completely fucked up 100%. This is, again, given the current political dynamics, the current political climate, I'm just going to assume that DHS did fuck up. I'm like, my starting position is that DHS was in the wrong. They'd have to demonstrate to me that they did everything correctly. I'm just going to immediately assume, based on what we've seen so far from this administration, I'm starting from the position that they're in the wrong. So, but I do want to see, I do want to see some evidence that they agreed. Because yeah, like I said, if they agreed to this arrangement, then they fucked up, obviously. Instead, the petitioner was kept in custody, and the voluntary departure deadline came and went. Because the petitioner failed to depart by June 11th, the respondents argue that he is now subject to a final order of removal, which means that he must be detained on a mandatory basis under 8 U.S.C. Section 1231, and perhaps that certain statutory penalties can now be imposed on him. See respondents' answer at 3.5. I kind of want to read through this here, like the transcript of this hearing, and see what the fuck. Because that is the question you asked it earlier, McMitty. Like, what are they trying to get out of doing this? What's the fucking goal here, dude? What are you trying to get out of this? And I think maybe we could get some answers as to what their goal is from this hearing. God damn it, my headset turned off. It does that when there's no audio playing. Fuck it, it doesn't need to be on because there is no audio playing. 1 second, nothing. Okay. In light of the above, the petitioner filed the current habeas petition, arguing, among other things, that his detention violates the due process clause of the Constitution. Based on the facts so far, I would agree, yes. This is the third habeas petition the petitioner has filed in this district. See petition for writ of habeas corpus, Torres Gomez v. Soto. Interesting. He's on his fucking third attempt to just stop being illegally detained. Wild. This gets it right. Wait. Due process clause. Okay, yeah, this gets it right. Per the immigration court's May 12th order, the petitioner was to leave the United States by June 11th. But he has instead remained in the United States because the respondents have kept him detained. Respondents answer at 3, joint statement at 2. Detention has prevented the petitioner from complying with the immigration judge's order. Detention, for example, prevented the petitioner from getting on the June 10th flight he bought a ticket for from Colombia to New York. Yeah, this would almost be this feels reminiscent of like entrapment, right? Right? I mean, that's how you would. I wonder if the judge will kind of make a lot of these points, but this is what happened here is almost certainly unconstitutional, for the exact same reasons that entrapment is unconstitutional, right? Did you break the law? Like, here's the analysis, right? Did you break the law, or did you violate? In this case, did you violate a judicial order? Answer: yes, you did. Would you have done that? Would you have engaged in in those behaviors if some governmental agent, some person wielding executive power did not entice you or force you or XYZ you into doing so, right? But for the government's actions, would you have engaged in this behavior? Would you have broke the law? Would you have violated the order? But for the behavior from the government, right? Answer: no. Or in this case, kind of answer: we don't know, right? This one's unknowable, right? Would he have actually left on that date? Seems like it. Fucking seems like it. I mean, he bought the ticket. It was a one-wayer. He had his lawyers, he had his counsel over and over and over trying to, clarify with DHS that that he needed to be released from custody so he could catch his flight and get the fuck out. I'm saying that so harshly, get the fuck out. But, I mean, that's the reality of the situation, right? That was the goal. Get him out of custody, get him on a plane, get him back to Colombia. That was the goal. So, I mean, seems like, but for the government's behavior, he would not have violated. He did violate a judicial order, but he would not have, but for the behavior of the government in this case. Which is the same analysis you go through to determine whether or not something is entrapment and therefore violative of the Fifth Amendment. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Per the immigration court, they blah, 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 blah. Respondents have kept him detained. Yeah. Respondents answer at 3. Where the fuck were we? Detention, for example, preventing the petitioner from getting on the June 10th flight. Okay, this is where we're at. The materials filed by the parties do not suggest that the petitioner's post-June 11th detention was based on any meaningful process, let alone any process that could satisfy the Supreme Court's 3-part test as set out in Matthews v. Eldridge. Whew. Come on, we got there. In the immigration habeas context, cleaned up, cool. What has instead been offered by the respondents are 3 after-the-fact and plainly non-persuasive justifications for the petitioner's post-June 11th detention. Post-June 11th detention. I'm curious here. Post-June 11th detention. Are we going to talk about... I wonder, are we going to... is the judge in this case going to discuss the lack of justification for the detention that caused him to miss his flight, though? Because I feel like that would be pretty important, right? Because if, like, I can see a world in which DHS had a really, really, really good reason to continue to detain him. Now, obviously, it's going to be, like, their justification would have to be really, really fucking good, but I can see certain scenarios like that, right? Imagine a scenario in which you detain somebody for deportation, right? They offer to self-deport. You agree to the self-deportation. The dates get set like this, right? They say, okay, you got to be out by June 11th. And then the person says, okay, I'll leave on June 10th. Boom. Got my plane ticket and everything. We're ready to go. And then in the interim period, while you have them detained, you find out that they're like going back to Colombia or whatever country they're from, right? In this case, it was Colombia. But they're going back to like plot a terrorist attack against the United States, right? You find solid evidence that they're planning a terrorist attack against the US. And so you're like, fuck, oh shit. Okay, never mind. We can't fucking let this guy leave. We got to hold on to him for further investigation. I can imagine a scenario like that where detaining him in that interim period and then not letting him out to leave on the date that he was supposed to leave would be justified. But the justification comes from some other source. It comes from something else. And so, like, I wonder if that's going to be discussed at all. Like, did you guys have a reason, like, at all to hold him in the interim period between when you reached this agreement and when he was supposed to leave? Like, did you even have did you have any sort of valid reason to be holding him on June 10th, on the day he was supposed to leave, why the fuck was he detained then? What was the reason in that case? I feel like you would have to discuss that. Because again, I doubt it. I would say almost certainly not. Did they have a valid reason? But I can see a world in which there are valid reasons on the table that could exist that would justify this. I'm not trying, like, obviously, again, I will state again, I'm just assuming DHS is 110% in the wrong here, but I don't know, I'm devil's advocating a little bit, because these are questions. When I read a judicial opinion, like, these are some of the questions that I want answered. I want to know, when I read an opinion like this, I want to know at the end of it that they had absolutely no fucking reason whatsoever to do what they did. I want to know by the end of it that, like, oh, they fucked up completely. This is completely fucked. They had no reason to do this whatsoever. There is first a suggestion that the petitioner was not allowed to leave the United States as the immigration judge ordered because this court had entered an injunction preventing his removal from the United States. Okay, wait, now that's fucking interesting. Well, actually, no, not interesting. That's bullshit. I pre-read this. That's what happened. I pre-read this. I'm seeing the future. This wording is too specific. There is first a suggestion that the petitioner was not allowed to leave the United States as the immigration judge ordered because this court had entered an injunction preventing his removal from the United States. Okay, fine. Fine. This court entered an order preventing his removal from the United States. They enjoined the government from removing him. That does not bear at all. That has no bearing whatsoever, not even a little bit, on whether or not the fucking guy can leave on his own, whether or not he can walk out the front door. You can't, if this order exists, I assume it does. If this order exists, almost certainly, I would say without even reading it, I could say with almost 100% certainty that what this order was saying that the government could not forcefully remove him from the country. He could not be deported by the government. That's what the order was. That doesn't bear on whether or not the fucking guy can leave on his own, dumbass. Bad faith argument, immediately identified. I pre-watched, or I pre-read though. C respondents answer at 4. But the cases in which injunctions had been issued were closed. Well, then fuck everything I just said. Then that's double bad faith. Then my guess is I'm still right. By the way, I would bet a lot that I'm still correct. That whatever order was entered in this case, just said that the government couldn't deport the guy, not that he couldn't leave on his own volition. But if the cases were already fucking closed, then that's double bad faith. See June 5th, 2026, text order Torres Gomez v. Soto. And in any event, the injunctions ran against the respondents, but did not purport to limit any actions by the petitioner to remove himself. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, that's bad faith, motherfuckers, bro. But like, this is trivially obvious. This is trivially obvious. Of course, this is going to be the case. Yes, if there's an injunction, or preliminary injunction issued in a habeas case, that's in 99.999% of circumstances, that injunction is going to be limiting what the government can do to the person that's making the claim. That's not going to bear on what the person themselves can do. Because if they decide to voluntarily deport, if they decide to self-deport, leave, then the habeas case becomes moot anyway. So in those circumstances, there are going to be a preliminary injunction issued saying, like, no, you can't self-deport until we figure this the fuck out. No, if you want to leave, then you can. Fuck it. It's just going to render the case moot and it's going to be dropped. Okay. There is no factual support for the idea that the injunctions had any bearing on federal officials' decision-making until the legal briefs invoked them in this habeas case. There is, second, the assertion that the immigration court offered the petitioner extension of his voluntary departure deadline. Even if that was true, I'm trying to break down these bad faith arguments before we even read what the judge has to say about them, because these are all bad faith arguments. Even if it was true, even if the immigration judge gave this guy an extension on the deadline that he had to self-deport, let's say he did. Let's say the original date was June 11th, and the judge said, fuck it, you can have until June 30th. Fine. Even in that circumstance, that is still not an excuse. That still has no bearing on whether or not the guy can leave earlier if he chooses to do so. So it could be the case that the immigration judge said, fine, you can leave on June 30th. And the guy says, well, I mean, I already have a fucking one-way plane ticket for June 10th. I'm just gonna keep that. I'm just gonna leave on June 10th. Fuck it. I already bought the ticket. Even in that case, it's still not acceptable to make him miss his fucking voluntary deportation flight. Absolutely not. every argument they're putting forth is every argument so far. I mean, there's 3, right? But every single one they put forth so far is like, okay, well, even if what you're saying is true, that is still not a valid reason to do what you did. Even if, fuck it, fuck it. We'll just assume you're telling the truth. Fine, doesn't matter. You're still wrong. The fuck? I hate, bro. This fucking, oh god. I don't know if it's like, actually, the problem here is I actually don't know anymore because of what Trump has done to the federal government, what he's done to the Department of Justice, what he's done to Homeland Security. Like, because he's hollowed out these executive agencies of all of their competent people. All of the competent people that used to work there are all fucking basically gone at this point. I actually don't even know anymore. My intuition, especially when I read arguments like this, my instant intuition is to say, "Oh, bad faith argument. You're fucking bullshitting. You're going to court and you're lying. This is bad faith bullshit." However, I don't know if that's true. I actually think there's a world in which, because of Trump hollowing out the federal government, it might be the case that the only people left are so fucking dumb that they just don't know how to practice law. That might be what's happening here. This might not be bad faith at all. This might be a genuine fucking argument. But the people that are left in the executive branch right now are so fucking bad at their jobs, so fucking stupid, that they're not capable of practicing law in any meaningfully competent way. So this is what you get. You get these dumbass arguments. Okay. Anyway, moving on. See respondents answer at 4. But that hardly provides a basis for keeping the petitioner in custody. Oh, yeah, look at that. And anyway, the extension offer came after the June 11th deadline had already expired. Oh, you bad faith fucking rats. Okay, it is bad faith then. You fucking losers. Okay, I see. So he missed the June 11th date because ICE wouldn't let him out. And so the immigration judge, in his case, being understanding of the fact that he was completely fucked, being understanding of the fact that he got railroaded here, the immigration judge said, "Fine, I'm gonna extend your date. I'm gonna extend your voluntary deportation date because it wasn't your fault what happened here. The ICE fucked you, so I'm gonna let you leave later then." So yeah, this feels bad faith rather than incompetent because that's some bullshit. Okay. Third and finally, the respondent suggests that the petitioner was not released from custody and allowed to depart to protect his own rights. In particular, the petitioner's ability to pursue an appeal from the immigration judge's order to depart. Okay, yeah, it's not okay. Remember, like 90 seconds ago when I said I can't even tell anymore if it's bad faith or incompetence. It might just be incompetence. It's not. This is bad faith as fuck. I mean, they might also be incompetent. It might be both, but this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Are we serious? Sorry, this guy wanted to self-deport. That's what he wanted. He wanted to self-deport. Bought the plane ticket and everything. His ass was ready to rumble. He was ready to go. But we didn't let him leave because we wanted to keep him here so he could appeal the immigration judge's order. He wanted to leave, but we didn't want to let him go because we wanted him to stay and have the chance to appeal. Fuck you. That is the dumbest, most bad faith shit I've ever heard, bro. Okay. Wild stuff. It is wild stuff. What the fuck are we doing? This is this is funny from the judge. This is at odds with common sense. True. It is at odds with common sense, Your Honor. It absolutely is. That might be the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. I agree. Fucking stupid. Oh boy. Okay. It is described by the United States Attorney's Office in only the most generic way. See respondent's answer at 3-4. It is not backed up in any document like an email or something equivalent to a notice of appeal that indicates that the petitioner was affirmatively pursuing an appeal, the deadline for which seems to have been June 11th. It runs against the extensive, though general, evidence that the petitioner was actively seeking to timely depart from the United States. Yeah? Motherfucker wanted to go, dude. What are you trying? You're gonna fucking hold him hostage? You're gonna kidnap the guy and force him to appeal an order he doesn't want to appeal? He just wanted to leave. Let him leave. See Exhibit D at 1827. And it runs against the more specific information put forward by the petitioner about his statement on a particular date, June 5th, to a particular named ICE official that he did not want to appeal. Okay. Yeah, so you're just lying. Okay, so this is one of those situations in which whatever attorney made this argument, like, sanction them. You, like, 100%. Whatever the judge in this case, 100% should sanction the attorney that made this argument. So you're telling me your argument in court, in my courtroom, I'm speaking as the judge. Your argument in my fucking courtroom is going to be that you didn't want to let him leave because you wanted to give him the opportunity to appeal. However, you also have evidence in the record that he had already told ICE officials that he did not want to appeal, that he just wanted to fucking leave. You've got that on the record, and that's your argument that you're going to make to me? Yeah. Unfortunately, fuck you. You're going to have to be sanctioned for that, you dickhead. The court credits the petitioner's account and finds that he did not affirmatively indicate that he would be pursuing an appeal, and that he affirmatively indicated on a timely basis that he did not want to pursue an appeal. Obviously, yeah. This is the only way you get rid of bullshit like this in the fucking judicial system is you have to sanction the ever loving fuck out of these attorneys. You have to do it. I know judges get finicky about that shit, as we've seen. Unfortunately, it's a tragedy. You just have to sanction the fuck out of these attorneys, bro. You have to. You got to do it. Quite frankly, you should be referring every single time this happens. You should be referring every single one of these attorneys to the bar, whatever state they're barred in. You should be referring them to the bar every single time. These people should all be disbarred. You cannot just walk into court as an attorney. You cannot just walk into court and fucking lie. You can't do it. Not allowed. You're supposed to lose your fucking license for doing that shit. You can't just lie. But unfortunately, we've seen just way too many judges letting these fucking losers get away with it. All of this matters here for one basic reason. It provides a concrete sense of the risk of erroneous deprivation associated with detaining someone without any meaningful process. Yeah, no shit. The petitioner had been ordered to leave and was ready to leave, but in the absence of a structured process, what happened here was not surprising. An error, let me put that shit in quotes, an error, my ass, was made, and the petitioner was kept in custody after June 11th. Due process requires more, and plainly so. The respondent's fallback seems to be that the petitioner can now be detained under a provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act that empowers officials to detain non-citizens during the removal period that follows from the issuance of final order of removal. Under a provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act that empowers officials to detain non-citizens during the removal period that follows from the issuance of a final order of removal. Okay, obviously I understand what this is saying, but I'm so confused what the motives are here. If you're the federal government, why would you? Why? For what? For what? So publicly you're saying that what you're after is to, publicly facing, you're saying that your main goal is to deport undocumented immigrants. So you detain one. He volunteers to leave. He volunteers to self-deport. You agree to that arrangement. When the day comes around, you don't let him self-deport. Instead, you keep him in custody. Therefore, he misses his voluntary departure deadline. And now you want to come to court and make the argument that you can now hold him in custody indefinitely until you can until you can deport him. But why? That's the question. It all comes for what? All of the things that immediately pop into my mind for why you would do this are just stuff that I just don't think is I just don't think is very realistic. I mean, the initial things that pop into my head for why you would do this is just to be a dickhead, right? Just cruelty, right? But I don't know. I mean, I don't doubt that that's a part of it. I wouldn't even necessarily doubt that that is just the reason. They're just being assholes. But I'm inclined to look for a more logical reason than just they wanted to be a dickhead. Two, I don't know what the arrangement here is with these detention centers. I guess it does pop into my mind that there might be a financial incentive, right? But I don't know until I'm presented evidence of that. I just don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I don't know why this seems fucking brain dead to me. I don't know why you would do this. Okay. Let's keep reading, I guess. The follows the issue. Okay. Per the statute, the removal period generally begins when an order of removal becomes administratively final. and under the relevant regulations, an alternate order of removal is connected with a grant of voluntary no fucking okay, wait, this might be kind of answering these questions. Per the statute, we'll just reread this. Per the statute, the removal period generally begins when an order of removal becomes administratively final. Okay? Makes sense. And under the relevant regulations, an alternate order of removal in connection with a grant of voluntary departure becomes final upon overstay of the voluntary departure period. Okay. So here's what they're trying to do. Here's the argument they're trying to make. We can detain this person indefinitely from the moment we capture them until they are removed from the country if there is a final order of removal in place. If there's a finalized final order of removal and we nab you, it's basically as soon as there is a final order of removal, we can grab you and we can hold you in detention until we get you out of here, right? Legally speaking, we can do that. However, if there is no, if the primary, like, what would you call it in this case? If like the primary methodology that you are being, or the primary like authority that you're being removed under is that we have an agreement between parties, right? Between the federal government and between the person in question. If we have an agreement for you to voluntarily depart, what we can do is if we have that agreement in place and you don't leave, if the day that you were supposed to voluntarily depart comes and goes and you do not leave, you stay, you overstay. At that point, that is enough to be considered a final order of removal, right? A final order of removal comes into fruition if you overstay the date that you were supposed to leave. That's the argument they're making here. And thus, we can now, from that day forward, from the day you overstay, from whenever you were supposed to voluntarily depart, from the day that you don't voluntarily depart, we can now hold you indefinitely until you are removed by us forcefully. That's the argument they're making. Seems fucking dumb. It doesn't seem dumb. Under normal circumstances, in a normal case, that would actually make sense to me. If you come to an agreement with a person that they are going to voluntarily depart, they're not authorized to be in the country, and you come to an agreement with them that they can voluntarily depart, and you give them a deadline, you have to be out by this day, and then they don't leave, well, they've ruined all trust. All trust is gone. Okay, well, now I no longer trust that you are gonna voluntarily depart because we made an agreement for you to do that. We gave you a fucking deadline. You didn't do it. You overstayed the deadline. Okay, well, now we don't trust you anymore. So we are gonna detain you until we can take you out of here. Because we just don't, the trust is gone now. Because we had an arrangement and you violated it. You broke the arrangement that we made together. Okay, so fuck you. So in a normal case where all the circumstances were not special in any way, I would understand that logic. But it cannot be the case that the logic that you use to reach that final conclusion that, oh, now we can hold you until we remove you forcefully, we do the removal, we kick you out of the country. The logic that cannot possibly fucking be that you overstayed your welcome. You didn't leave on the date that you were supposed to because we had you in custody. That can't be the logic. That's fucking ridiculous. I'm just saying, under normal circumstances, I think this logic, I think this argument, I would buy this argument 90% of the time. But if the logic you're going to use is, oh, yeah, he didn't leave the country when he said he was going to. We had an arrangement and he broke it. He didn't leave because we were holding him in custody. No. Fuck you. Immediately fuck you. Absolutely not. No shot. Nope. Okay. All right, well, this is our argument. Let's see what this spicy judge has to say about this. But on the facts of this case, Section 1231 detention is not now available. Overstaying a voluntary departure period is generally something that the non-citizen does, not something that is done to him. True. Even the word overstaying implies, even that word on its own, absent any context, just applies. It applies that you've done something. You overstayed. When you say like, oh, this person is overstaying their welcome, it's like it even that phrase that's just implying a decision on behalf of the overstayer, that they've made a decision. to overstay. Like, you wouldn't kidnap somebody. Imagine you kidnap somebody and you have them fucking tied up in your basement. Imagine how fucking stupid it would sound. Beyond the fact that you've kidnapped someone and you have them tied up in your basement, beyond the insanity of that alone. Imagine how fucking dumb it would sound if that you then went, like, you were complaining to your friend, like, man, that guy really is overstaying his welcome. See how fucking dumb that sounds? Oh yeah, the guy I got fucking tied up downstairs. He's really overstaying his welcome. What a dickhead. Really? You see this fucking, how stupid that shit sounds? Yeah, that's what the judge is getting at here. Not something that is done to him by his being kept in custody, such that federal officials have essentially prevented him from leaving the country. True. As noted above, the Supreme Court has indicated that when the government grants a non-citizen the option to voluntarily depart, officials may detain and remove the individual only if he remains in the country after his voluntary departure period has expired. From Monsalvo, okay. The respondents cannot detain the petition. Bro, who's this judge's clerk? Who the fuck is clerking for this motherfucker? This is the second error we have found. Type your shit right, motherfucker. Come on. The respondents cannot detain the petitioner. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Nailed it. Okay. The respondents cannot detain the petitioner because he remains in the United States when it is the respondents who have prevented him from leaving. Among other things, this would parlay the respondent's due process violative conduct into a basis for mandatory detention. That's true, right? Even if the legal argumentation made sense here based on statute, even if you had some statutory reason that made sense here to detain him, it can't be the case that you get to statutory completion, or what was it, like, you get to, it can't be the case that you arrive at a statutorily valid detention by violating the Constitution, right? The way in which you arrive at meeting the statutory requirements to detain a person can't be by violating the Constitution. You have to arrive at the statutory elements in a legitimate way in order for the entire process to be legitimate. Okay. The petitioner shall be promptly released from the custody of federal immigration officials. The court assumes that upon release, the petitioner will take prompt action to voluntarily remove himself from the United States. The court expresses no views as to whether, at some point in the future, detaining the petitioner would become lawful if he continues to remain in the United States. It is on this 21st day of July 2026, so ordered. You know what would be fucking wild to me? Hold on, there's a footnote here, and I wonder if this footnote, I'm not going to show it on screen yet. We're going to read this. I almost wonder if this footnote is going to address this argument, because the first thing that popped into my head when I read this, right here, the court assumes that upon release, the petitioner will take prompt action to voluntarily remove himself from the United States. I would assume that too, right? It seems like that's what he wants. So I think that's a rock solid assumption to make. Then following up, the court expresses no view as to whether, at some point in the future, detaining the petitioner would become lawful if he continues to remain in the United States. Basically, the natural follow-up question is, okay, well, if you're ordering us to release him, at what point could we detain the guy again if he just doesn't leave? At what point would that be possible? And the court's just saying, I don't know. I'm not fucking answering that question. It's not my job. Not going to talk. No, I'm not going to consider that. That's basically what this is saying. The first question that popped into my mind after reading this was, what if, so they ordered his release on the 21st of July. What if they did, or what if they released him on, say, this order comes down and then they release the guy on the 22nd, right? Maybe this order came down late. And so tomorrow morning on the 22nd, not tomorrow morning from when I'm talking now, but after, the next day after this order, they release the guy on the 22nd. They release him. They follow him around for a couple hours, right? Let's say the guy goes straight home and then just kind of stays there for a while. What if at some point on that day they released him, they kick the fucking door in to his house and re-detain him? And they say, oh, well, the reason we re-detained him is because we let him out. He went home and he wasn't packing his bags. We noticed that he went home and he wasn't packing his shit. He wasn't leaving. And so, he's already over the date that he was ordered to leave, and he wasn't making an effort to leave, an active effort to leave. So fuck it, we re-detained him same day. What if they did that? I wouldn't doubt it at all. Like raise your fucking hand right now if you would doubt that ICE would do the current DHS would do exactly what I just said. Release him, and then 6 hours later, just re-detain him and say, well, didn't seem like he was making an effort to leave to me, so fuck it, we got him again. I have no doubt in my mind they would do some shit like that. Anyway, let's read this footnote. and see what they say. A note here: when an immigration judge previously denied bond, it was not because the petitioner posed a danger to the community. Letter affidavit is somewhere. The immigration judge. Okay, the immigration judge explicitly found that the petitioner is not a danger to the community. Oh, an explicit finding to the contrary. Okay, got it. Per the petitioner, the parties agreed that danger was not an issue. Okay, that's all he's saying. The petitioner shall be released from custody. And he puts the footnote there just to say, like, okay, well, it's already a judge has already found that this person is not a danger, so it's okay. He's just justifying his own order. That's all this was. I thought this was going to be more dramatic. He's just justifying his own decision, saying, like, I'm gonna order this release because because he's already been found to not be a danger. So I think that's a justifiable decision. Okay, fair enough. Whatever. I want to find this case. That's what I want to do. This was the order from this day, right? This is what we just read. Gonna verify that. Yeah, this is what we just read. Okay. What has been filed since this order came down? I can't tell or I can't view any of the documents. God damn it. What's it been? So this was the opinion, main document, letter, text order, letter. I don't know what the fuck any of this is. I'm curious. I'm curious. My assumption was going to be, I was curious to see if like this order came down and the government didn't release him and instead opted to try to appeal this to have the guy not get released. That feels like, I mean, just based on everything we've seen so far this term, during this fucking administration, that seems like what they would have done. That would have been, if you asked me, like, what do you think the government did after this order came down? I think that they fucking didn't release the guy, and I think that they probably tried to appeal this rather than following the order from the district court. That'd be my guess. Okay, well, that's that. We went through all that. Unfortunately, there's just nothing. There's nothing. Oh, actually, real quick, before I get the fuck out of here, or before I move on to the next thing, I want to save. I'm going to start saving all of these. I'm currently in the process of writing a software to. I'm trying to build an app right now where I can, not for like release to the public or anything. It's just for me, where I can put. It's a very simple app. It's just going to be a huge fucking list of court lists or of court dockets, right? Just copy paste the docket into the app, and then every time there is a new filing that fits parameters that I can set, whenever there's like a new filing or whenever there's a new entry on the docket that fits a certain set of parameters that I set, I'll get like a text notification that there was a new entry in a certain case, just to make it easier for me to track, because there's so many fucking cases right now against the government, or there's so many interesting cases that I'm trying to follow right now, and it's just like, it's such a fucking pain in the ass to go through click on every single link, open up every single one that I'm like currently tracking, and like actually manually review the docket to be like, oh, has there been anything filed today? Fucking pain in the ass, and I'm over it. So I was like, fuck it, I gotta build a fucking app that solves this problem for me, because I'm gonna lose my mind dealing with this. All right, let's see. Hold on. Court dockets. Right now, I'm just gonna, when I find interesting ones, I'm just gonna toss them in this Obsidian document for now, because I haven't finished coding this yet. Not done. The app is not done. I actually probably will finish it tonight. I'm pretty close to it being done. Just need to build out the front end. Back end's done. It's right. Actually works fucking incredibly. Just need to make it look nice and presentable, and where it doesn't look like a giant fucking clusterfuck on the front end. Okay. All right, we're done with that. Next thing. Oh shit. Okay, well, hold up. I have the next thing that is supposed to be on the list. I don't want to fucking look at right now, because I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I need to do something chill for a second. We need something chill. For one, there's 2 videos that I saved that I wanted to look at.
End of the day.
Oh yeah. How the fuck is this already like all the way through? This must have auto-played while I had videos running on my phone or something.
I think that
Destiny panel I wanted to watch, and then what's this other thing?
All right, guys.
Oh, yeah, I totally fucking forgot about this. This fucking this Breaking Point segment. This Breaking Points interview. I've heard so many people talking about how well this guy did. What's this fuck? Adam Smith. Apparently, this guy did really, really well in this interview. And we all know, we've all seen Breaking Point's interviews before. They tend to be fucking bullshit is the only phrase that I think accurately fits, or the only phrase I can think of to use here. Hold on. I want to fix something on my recording cam real quick. These Breaking Points interviews tend to be fucking absurd and ridiculous and bullshit. So everyone's been saying he did really, really well. So I want to watch it. We'll see though. We'll see in the sense that we'll see if I agree that he did really, really well. Give me 1 sec. I gotta fix the camera position here. This is not optimal. The best way I can describe this is not optimal. Not on the stream cam. Nothing will change for you guys on the back end here. My recording camera. Okay, there we go. That's better. That's way better, right? Go a little bit further over. Yeah. I will stick it right there. Okay. Yeah, I want to watch. Which one of these do we watch? Which one of these do we want to watch first? Which one of these do we want to watch first? What's the topic? Oh, this is no ice shooting one. Fuck. Okay, we'll watch this one first, I guess, and it's shorter. This is kind of old. This is a week old. Do we even care after a week? How old is this one? 2 days. This is why I need to stream more often, bro. The whole like streaming 1 day a week thing is just so unfortunate. Or not 1 day a week. It's sometimes one, sometimes two. But it's just unfortunate because then the problem ends up being that by the time it's a stream day for me and I get to something, it's already old. It's already old news. It's just like, okay, well, nobody cares anymore, bro. It's been 3 days or 2 days in this case. 2 days is better than 7. Fuck it. I'm not even gonna bother with that. I'm not even gonna bother with that video. I'll watch it on my own time. Nobody's gonna give a shit. It's a week old. It's been out for a whole ass week. Who cares? Cool. Whatever then. All right, we'll watch this one. I've heard really good things. I very much hope I don't end up being disappointed here. I've heard very good things about this one. So we'll see. Hold up. Actually,
end of the day, I want him gone.
I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm skipping the intro. Or fuck it. This seems to be the most replayed part. We're gonna go to right here, and because I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna play this. Since we're not gonna be watching it, or since I don't really care about like reacting to the entire thing, because it's too old, nobody cares. I'm gonna put it right here, and we're gonna watch just a little bit of this. And by we, I mean you guys are gonna watch a little bit of this while I go to the bathroom real quick and go downstairs and get a drink. Okay. Can we all agree to that? Does that sound good to everybody? Bang. Fuck it. I'll 1.5 it for you guys. I'll be back and we'll finish it out. We'll watch like from where we currently are through the end of it, I guess. So I'll finish it out when I get back, but this will work for a few minutes while I go to the bathroom. All right, BRB.
And I believe that they should be held to a high standard because they are representing the United States of America and they're carrying weapons, and that's a grave responsibility. What I object to is the presumption that these guys are Nazis, fascists, Gestapo. They're out there murdering people, that they're untrained. They don't know what they're doing. They don't care. In fact, these are heroes protecting our community from degenerates, perverts, losers, creeps, weirdos, gangbangers, drug criminals, and a variety of others, as well as, quote unquote, regular illegal aliens who also need to be deported.
Yeah, I guess, Stephen, do you view ICE as heroes?
No. I just hope the Democrats remember this rhetoric when we're back in office. Jesus.
What do you mean?
The shamelessness and the conservatives do a really good job when it comes to media control of trying to beat Democrats over the head with values that they absolutely do not care about or play by. So I just all the double standards with law in this country are just hilarious. You even have to read an Alito decision to see how hilariously hypocritical Republicans are when it comes to everything. You know, we went from indictments don't mean anything when Trump was getting indicted all the time to an indictment is basically good as gold when they talk about the SPLC. We went from things like January 6th in Charlottesville weren't even real right-wing things to actually there were very real right-wing things. They just all happened to be funded or infiltrated by libs. You've got the Mar-a-Lago raid was horrible and terrible because the FBI showed up with guns, but summarily executing U.S. citizens in the street and then having the officers taken away without any chance for a state investigation is somehow a noble or okay thing because it's done for the purposes of immigration enforcement, even though in this case the guy that was shot and killed wasn't even the target of the immigration enforcement action. We have a government trying to save money while we front $90 billion to ICE that has hilariously managed to 180 its reputation so hard that even conservatives are not as comfortable with it as they once were. You have the most pressure against getting rid of ICE you've ever had since the inception of the agency. It's thing after thing after thing after thing after thing. But there are some level of Republicans, some 30 to 40% that literally will defend any action that comes out of this administration no matter what. And it's crazy.
But I do wonder if you could acknowledge though that the Trump administration was elected elected with a mandate to deport millions of illegal immigrants who are in the country, some of whom came in during Biden.
I don't recognize that language. I live in a democratic republic. I live in a constitutional republic. I don't recognize was elected with a mandate with the. I don't even know what that means. Because you
campaigned on
just because you're elected. First, that's another hypocritical thing also, which is funny, thank you, because the popular vote used to not matter at all. Nobody cared about it. Nobody talked about it when Hillary won by 3 million votes, when Biden got the most votes in U.S. history. Oh, when Trump won by the popular vote, all of a sudden, we went from all the conservatives that we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic, to Trump actually has a mandate from the people, which apparently translates to he can do whatever he wants, operate the entire government exclusively out of the White House, which is insane to me. He barely uses his officers. He didn't even consult with Tulsi Gabbard before going to war with Iran, and obviously, he has no clue how to utilize his Congress. So we have a unitary executive gone mad. I understand he was elected to do something about deportations. He's failed on that. I'm an American citizen. As a citizen who belongs to a state, I think that borders are important, and I don't think we should have a ton of illegal people here that are running around with no kind of whatever tracking whatsoever. That's crazy to me. But if I elected somebody like Trump to fix the immigration problem, he has failed in every single measure, and he's only going to make it harder to actually do something about it in the future. By their own admission, they've only deported a couple million people. By their own claims, about 40 million came in. So, and they've got $90 billion.
And that is a lot, though. Deporting millions of people.
Not if their claim is 40. If they claim that 40 came in and 2 left.
Right. Obviously, 40, I don't believe that 40 came in.
That's fine. Sure. But what am I supposed to believe then for the numbers they give? They failed in every conceivable way.
So,
almost.
I will come to you in 1 second, but I want to home in on this. Is it possible, though, to deport several million people without having, which I think is a legitimate thing an administration can do under federal law, without having officers interact with lots of people and things will go wrong and people will get killed? Isn't that not kind of an inevitable consequence of even attempting deportations at scale, Stephen?
If you're being honest, then any increase in law enforcement is also going to cause an increase in adverse events, I guess we can call them. But the issue is that we're not seeing like these regrettable adverse events where it's like, man, like the guy was a threat and then he, started fleeing from the cops and, they had to take a rough shoot and there was background fire. So, like, we're not seeing those types of incidents, though. We're seeing the guy that shot and killed Renee Good, who had his phone out recording, who was like the fucking bitch after her car rolls away and she's executed. We saw this dude. I don't know if his family was still in the car. I pray to God they weren't. With this guy, the guy who just got killed, the Colombian guy, they dragged him out of the car. You see the lifeless body flop onto the ground once he's on the ground.
It's bleak.
Yeah, and then they're handcuffing the dude. It's just we call these unforced errors in the business. Okay, it's not like ISIS ran out of people to do enforcement action against. It comes off as pretty Gestapo to me, but I don't know. That's just me as an American citizen watching feds killing U.S. citizens with absolute impunity. So we know.
Well, look. Everything you've said is ridiculous. Adults can distinguish between distinguishable things, and they're readily distinguishable things. And I'll just take your last thing. These are just like the Nazis. These are nothing like the Nazis in any meaningful sense. The fact that people have uniforms and
I was watching it on my phone while I was gone, so I'm up to date. Okay, I heard everything you guys heard, theoretically.
Carry guns does not make them Nazis simply because the Gestapo carried guns and occasionally wore uniforms. That's just silly and ridiculous, and that's one of the problems here. Look, we have a right as Americans to determine who gets to come here. We have a right to make laws, to regulate it. We have a right to enforce those laws. And here's the problem. Law enforcement is always ugly because at the end of the day, law enforcement is guys with guns making nonconformists conform. And we all remember that poor guy in Long Island, I believe, who was buying loose cigarettes, which for some reason they decided to make illegal, but they made it illegal. So the cops had to interact with him, and the dude ended up dead because a certain percentage of people who interact with the cops are going to end up dead simply because statistics happen. Here's the problem. We've got millions and millions of illegal aliens here. They have to go, all of them. And some of them are going to resist. And it's not going to be pretty. And I guess you can, I guess you can play the violin. I guess you can be sad about it. But in the end of the day, I want them gone. And the Americans who elected Donald Trump, who won the election, want them gone. So we've got a right to make them gone. Albeit in conformance with the Constitution, absolutely. Again, I deployed twice to defend it, and I'm still sworn to defend it. My commission has not expired.
So I wonder, though, like, you acknowledge that all of them gone, when we're talking about tens of millions,
yes,
is like just not going to happen, realistically.
I don't know if it's going to happen or not. I think it's I think it's a tough challenge, and it's going to cause disruption.
I guess yes. I wonder, though, why you even want all of them removed. I mean, surely you would acknowledge that there is at least a portion of the illegal immigrant population who their presence is beneficial to America, no?
Sometimes when I talk being on shows with you, is you discovering in real time how evil some of the people are on the other side here, but sorry.
True. It is funny. I feel like that is a, I forget which one it was. We previously watched another panel that Steven was on Brad's show, that it felt like the same thing was happening, where like Steven he didn't need to say much. He just kind of sat back and let the other fucking person talk. And like Brad's just in the middle the whole time, like, wait a minute, this motherfucker's insane. It is kind of funny to just watch. Like, actually, it's like Steven doesn't need to do much when these people are on the panels with him. You can just kind of sit back and just let them make themselves look like fucking psychos. And like, I actually genuinely do believe that Brad is, he is what like a lot of conservatives claim to be. You ever hear, like anytime you hear anytime you hear someone be like, "Oh, I'm a centrist," I don't like either party. I'm in the middle. 99% of the time, those motherfuckers are full-throated MAGA, 100% MAGA, like all the way down the line, right? 99% of the time. But Brad is like the 1%. Where it's like when he says he's a centrist, I believe him because he does enough pushing back on the right. He pushes back on the left. He has some traditionally right-wing opinions. He has some traditionally left-wing opinions. Like, and he doesn't express like a ton. He doesn't express a shitload or like a super obvious preference for either side. He just kind of likes to attack, and he just attacks about the directions, right? So when Brad says like, I'm a kind of like in the middle, I'm a centrist, I'm like, yeah, I believe you. I don't think you're lying. But normally when I hear that, I'm like, bullshit, motherfucker. Absolutely not. Absolutely, you're not a centrist. You are lying so bad. But I do believe Brad. So what Steven just said is hilarious, and you do see that a lot. I feel like I've seen that like multiple times on these panels where that Steve is on Brad's show, where he just has to kind of sit back and let the other person make themselves look insane.
Well, no, it's a
Well,
serious question.
I'm sorry. What's my evil here? I'm an American citizen. We made a law. We passed a bill. It went through Congress. President signed it. Don't we get to enforce it?
I don't know.
mean,
It depends on who it comes down to. Apparently, when it comes down to people breaking into the Capitol, for instance, no, we don't get to enforce it. Trump pardoned them.
Well,
when it came to Tina Peters, who was breaking into and making.
Wait a minute, hold on. They did enforce it.
Don't talk over each other.
They did enforce it. They did enforce it, and I think improperly in many cases. And then the guy who was elected with the power of a pardon by the people of the United States decided to do that. So the legal system was followed.
So back to my question, Kurt. My question is...
Just wait real quick. So you believe those people were fairly convicted?
No.
So
no, I don't believe any of them were fairly
convicted. What do you mean when you say the legal system was followed?
I believe it was unfair. I believe it was absolutely unfair, but what do I know? I was only an attorney for 30 years. I believe it was in a biased venue. I believe there were biased judges. I believe
what is the appropriate venue? You're a lawyer. Tell me, what is the appropriate venue for crimes committed in D.C.?
When you can't get a fair jury, somewhere other than D.C.
So you would take a crime that happened in D.C., where the jurisdiction and venue are appropriate. You would declare the entire District of Columbia cannot provide a good jury. What state do you go to for a fair jury at that point?
Well, let's see, Virginia, Maryland, West Virginia, Pennsylvania.
And what indication do you have that you have an unfair jury in any of the trials? In all of them? All of the juries were unfair for every conviction?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What's your basis for knowing that or saying that?
MAGA, because he's MAGA.
Or my interaction with the guys who were actually trying cases there and did the voir dire and looked at the panels and my own and what I've seen of judges allowing jurors on who would have been kicked in any of the cases I tried. They absolutely have been kicked off the jury, but not in Washington, D.C. Not in D.C. Judges, if we want to go down that road, we can.
Yeah, we're going to have to do another conversation about that because Kurt does have a hard out. I guess to my final question, though, closing out here a little bit, I do think Democrats are making a mistake when they leap to abolish ICE as rhetoric.
At this point, no, actually, and I was a person who was heavily critical of that language because I do think that immigration enforcement is important, but I don't think ICE can survive. One is the reputational harms, and then two is this concept of when it comes to this immigration stuff, like the Article 2 judges, I think that whole system is very, very, very strange. But I mean,
Article 3. Are you talking about the Article 2, the immigration judges?
The immigration.
Okay, all right, that's Article 2.
It's a strange system, but that's not ICE. And all I'm saying is, Stephen, there's two camps of abolish ICE people. One just wants another department to do immigration enforcement, which to me is not really meaningfully abolishing ICE. It's just renaming it or moving it around. There's another camp, the DSA camp, that literally doesn't want to deport anyone, including murderers and rapists.
One hater on the internet, so I absolutely am aware of this.
Well, I know that you're going to oppose that. But what I'm telling you is I do suspect that abolish ICE will be interpreted politically as similar to defund the police, and it will come across as if candidates are saying they don't want to deport dangerous people. And people like Kurt, I'll let you have a say here, it will run with it and
I will beat them around the head with it all day and all night because that's what they do believe. They want the illegal aliens here. They don't want them gone. And in fact, they're, for God's sake, pardoning a pedophile in Minnesota so he's not deported.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Crazy talk. That's crazy. Can't we agree? We don't need illegal alien pedophiles here.
I would agree.
We don't need foreigners to do jobs American perverts won't do. Okay, thanks. No thanks.
Okay, Stephen, final word to you here, and then we got to wrap because Kurt does have a hard out. But I appreciate both of you in the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I don't think conservatives have any limiting principles on anything going on in the current administration. I think as soon as the Democrats step back in, we're going to see all this rule of law stuff come back, and we're going to hear about all of the limitations that the executive should be following. But I mean, for this particular case, I mean, it's a crazy set of facts. You said earlier that the case looks best right when it comes across your desk. I mean, you said you're a lawyer for 30 years. How many clients do you trust? If a client comes up to you and he's explaining your case,
I don't trust anybody.
A client comes up to you, client's explaining his case, and the case already sounds bad just from their description. When ICE put out that tweet, and in their own tweet, they're basically just admitting to vehicular homicide with no statement about a car being used as a weapon, no statement about an officer's life being under threat, no statement about ongoing felony or anything. They just said we saw a guy, there was some immigration enforcement, he might have tried to drive away, we shot and killed him. That in and of itself is already indefensible, and that was their side of the story. So I can't imagine how bad the actual facts are.
All right, guys, we do have to wrap here. I appreciate both of you. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Hit the like button, make sure to subscribe to the channel for more debates, and we'll be back with more real soon.
True, by the way. If that particular shooting is probably the most, even though that's like for that particular one we have like maybe the least amount of the actual facts on hand out of all of the ICE shootings we've had, like that we just don't know a ton. The video footage isn't incredible. There's some, but it's not incredible. We don't have like close up. We don't have like 6 different fucking camera angles from people on the phone footage from around the area like we've had in other instances. Even though all that's true, we have like the least info I think that's the most egregious out of all the ICE shootings so far. And that's saying something a lot because the Preddy one was fucking ridiculous. Unhinged to the max. And yet I still think this one's even more ridiculous because this is the first case in which even ICE's own statement, and we know that they we've seen from every other instance of these shootings that they lie in insane ways in order to defend themselves or make it seem like they didn't do anything wrong. They lie in like crazy ways. They'll twist shit so fucking far to benefit their side of the story. And given it, even in that circumstance, even with them probably twisting stuff to make it more favorable to them, the statement that they put out still read as this was like it read as an admission of guilt. That's how it read. It read as, we killed this guy for an unjustified purpose. Sorry we murdered a person. Our bad. That's how that statement read. Which means it was almost certainly even worse than that, because they'll twist this shit to make it seem more favorable to them. And even in their own statement, they're admitting that they basically just murdered somebody. That's crazy. Wild. So I can't even fucking imagine what the actual facts of the matter are. If that's what their own statement was, fuck me sideways. I can't imagine what the real facts are. Wild behavior. Okay. Anyway. Okay. The word on the street is that this particular interview, this particular back and forth between Representative Adam Smith and Crystal Ball from Breaking Points is, it seems to be the case that people think that this is like the best performance from a politician on this show out of all the ones we've seen so far. And so we're gonna watch it. And we're gonna see. I have because of what I've heard so far about this interview.
All right.
I'm watching it a couple days late. It's already been out for like 2 days, so a lot of other people have seen it. I'm coming to this a little bit late, and because of what I've heard so far about it, I am starting with very high expectations, extraordinarily high expectations. So we'll see. We'll see if Representative Adam Smith meets my expectations. We'll see. We're gonna fucking 1.5x this bitch, max quality. Let's run it. Let's see what we've got.
All right, guys, we are now joined in studio by Representative Adam Smith. He is a Democrat. He is from Washington. He is the top Democrat, in fact, on the House Armed Services Committee. And your team actually reached out saying you wanted to have a conversation about the future of the Democratic Party and your ideas therein. So very excited to have that convo. Welcome.
Yeah, good to be on. Thank you for the chance.
Of course. So before we get into all of that, you are the center of a bunch of very impactful votes as the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee. So if you don't mind, I wanted to start by talking to you a little bit about the NDAA, that's the National Defense Authorization Act. Section 224 has been of a lot of interest to our audience. This is what would effectively partially merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. You were originally in support of it. You changed your position on it. I just wanted to know about your thought process here.
Merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. What it does is it talks about co-development programs.
Yeah, so we can actually put element 1 up on the screen while he's discussing, because it has some of
the Pentagon has
on a National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 27, United States Israeli Defense Technology Corporation Initiative. Establishment. The Secretary of Defense shall designate an executive agent responsible for synchronizing cooperative efforts between the United States and Israel to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology, research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation. Did Crystal put this on the screen? Did Crystal put this on the screen because she thinks that this section of this bill, the language here, backs up her characterization of what this bill does? Because it doesn't at all. Interesting. The language of this section of the bill right here does not back up her story for like what this bill is doing at all. Like she just said it. What she's saying that this bill supposedly does is merge. This is her description. Okay, this is her describing it. She says that this bill would merge the U.S. military and the Israeli military. That's what she said. That's not what this says. It just isn't. This is all this is saying is that we're going to designate an executive agent. Somebody is going to be in charge of supervising the cooperative efforts between our military and their military for the purpose of defense research and development, developing new weapon systems, developing new whatever the fuck. That's all this is saying. But the crazy thing is this isn't new. But I feel like this is being treated. I've seen so many crazy statements about what this bill is supposedly doing that just aren't true at all. This is not a new concept at all. We do this so much with so many different countries. exactly what this is describing here. We do this with like a shitload of people, including Israel. We've done exactly this with Israel for a very, very, very long time. We do like research and development with like cooperative research and development with them constantly. We have for decades, and with other countries as well. I think that's like been the most confusing thing to me about this particular story, is like everyone treating it like it's a crazy, unhinged, like new thing that's never been done before. Like we're merging our military. So I'm like, well, if you read the text of the bill, it's just saying that. I mean, we can read the actual text. The Secretary of Defense shall designate an executive agent. So somebody is going to be designated as being in charge for, responsible for synchronizing cooperative efforts between the U.S. and Israel to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial. Do you think that they're fucking, oh my God, do you think that they're fucking taking this integration word out of here? Do you think that is that what's happening? Holy shit. It just hit me as I was rereading it. Are they isolating the word integration right here and then trying to extrapolate that all the way out as broad as you possibly can to say, hey, this bill is integrating our military with theirs? Is that what they think is that what's happening here? Because that's not what this says at all. I think, could we recognize that? That is not what this fucking says. Not even a little bit. Huh. I don't know. I'll have to listen more to how she characterizes it. I sense the disturbance in the Republican form of government. Did you? Oh, no.
Has 1,000 different development programs that they're put together for procurement of, I don't know, everything from the F-35 to a radio. And when you do that, you develop a program of record, and the Pentagon works on it. We have, over the course of the last decade, had 3 programs that we co-developed with the Israeli military around drones. Around missile defense, counter drones. And so the point of those programs was for the 2 militaries to work together to develop them. Okay. Now, neither controls the other in terms of how they use them. So those were just co-development programs. And the Section 224, when it came up in the committee, said, let's have one person overlook all 3 of those programs, and let's explore the possibility of more co-development programs.
Right. So it says to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation. That goes on to spell out what all that means.
Right. And it didn't create any new program. And by the way, missile defense was the big thing that we had there. And so that was the point of it. And mostly I see this as a benefit to the U.S. military, particularly when you're talking about missile defense. The Israeli military is really good at it. They can help us develop those systems so that we have a better system. I think it's an incredible exaggeration to say that this would merge the U.S. military, because out of thousands, literally thousands of programs, we would have 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 that we were co-developing with the IDF.
But you've changed your position now, correct? You oppose it. So what are your concerns? Because I'll tell you the concerns, from me personally, I think shared a lot by our audience, is you are well aware there is a reckoning happening with regard to the U.S. relationship
100%.
with Israel, especially in the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And so what appears from the outside is that while votes are increasingly becoming difficult for Israel to win in terms of overt aid being granted, this would be a way to secure the Israel-U.S. relationship without having that trade.
I just want to say, she didn't fight his. So he gave the accurate characterization of what that section of the bill was doing. He gave the accurate characterization. Just all it's saying is that we're gonna have one person oversee all of the various like research and development projects that we are working on with Israel, and like it doesn't say that either side controls the other one, or has any say over how that the other side uses the technology once it's been developed. It's just saying we're going to jointly develop it, test it, put it into operation, and then both parties can do what the fuck they want with it. That's all that section of the bill is saying. And he gave the correct characterization. She didn't fight it at all, which I will say surprised. I'm surprised she didn't. Because from what I've seen, the big push from everybody is to say that the bill is merging the U.S. and Israeli militaries. That's the headline I've read hundreds of times at this point, I feel like, which is entirely untrue. And then he gives the correct characterization of what the bill is doing, and she didn't fight. She was like, yeah, okay, yeah, I agree. Which I thought she was gonna. I assumed she was gonna push way harder on that, but she didn't. That law does one of the niche things. It vests an inferior officer into a department head. Yeah. So that means the president cannot appoint them, even while assuming the duties of the secretary, since it belongs to the holder of the office rather than the duty of the office. How do I phrase this? Textually, yes. If Trump were to try to appoint that person over the objections of SecDef, I cannot say with a high degree of certainty that the Supreme Court would agree with us. Yes, textually, that is true. Unfortunately, I simply do not have any faith in the fucking Supreme Court to rule that way, because Jesus fucking Christ, they are all in. They are all in on the unitary executive shit, brother. It's crazy. Except for the Federal Reserve. Except for the Federal Reserve. I'm sorry. I forgot to add that caveat. Except for the Federal Reserve. Hands off. No touchy my Federal Reserve. Jesus Christ. But yes, in every other instance, they are all fucking in on the unitary executive bullshit. So, if it were the case that Trump were to just be like, yeah, fuck you, SecDef, I'm putting who I want in that position, and someone, and someone, maybe the Secretary of Defense themselves would be the only person that would have standing to bring a lawsuit over the president doing that. If it were a Dem president, the Supreme Court would probably side with the Secretary of Defense, and if it was Trump, they would probably just side with Trump because they do that. Since Inferior Officer Clause has a specific provision that gives the option of either the president or a department head. That would probably be a part of the justification. Kill me. I just, unfortunately, I'm becoming like more and more black-pilled, which is really unfortunate because this is not how I started off. This is not how I started off at all. I used to be like big into the idea of like optimal wording inside of legislation, of saying like, okay, well, if we're trying to make this, or if we're trying to design this in such a way in which we specifically would like the Secretary of Defense to be the person to put this person, whoever's going to do this job. If we want SecDef themselves specifically to put that person in their job, in their role, we should be careful about how we phrase it so that, that the only possible interpretation that you could ever come to when reading this is that SecDef is the only person allowed to appoint, is the only one that's allowed to appoint this position. Like I used to be big into that idea, into that concept, and now after the behavior from the Supreme Court as of basically this October term, I almost just feel like as of right now, until we do something about the Supreme Court, until we fix the Supreme Court in some way, until we do some form of Supreme Court reform, I just don't think it fucking matters at all. I just don't think it matters at all, because unfortunately they're just going to rule. They're just going to rule the way they want it. They're just going to do. We're just going to do unitary executive theory forever until the Supreme Court is dealt with. So mad. They probably should have made it the head of the War Department. I actually had that thought in the back of the head. I was like, I wonder if there's some like sneaky bullshit you could pull here where you could say like, well, this clause vests the Secretary of Defense with appointing this person, but the Secretary of Defense doesn't exist. There is no Secretary of Defense. That's not real. That doesn't exist. We have a Secretary of War, but this statute isn't giving the power to the Secretary of War, giving it to the Secretary of Defense, for which there is not one. So it seems like nobody can appoint this position. I don't know. I had that thought immediately when I read the text of that bill, but I just not worth fucking rant. Who cares? But you're all right. It is kind of funny. I think that would be funny as fuck.
Transparency and that democratic accountability that would come from a vote. So that's the concern, is that it would make the Israeli-U.S. military relationship more entrenched in a way that lacks any sort of democratic accountability.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, what we're talking about...
What are your concerns then?
Sorry, two different questions here. Yeah. My concern is I don't support the Netanyahu government, and I certainly don't support what Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are doing. And that's been, I think, the real challenge for me, is Israel has a right to exist. Israel is threatened profoundly by Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. So how do we help them defend themselves? Well, at the same time, they've got a government that's frankly out of control, particularly in the West Bank. I associate myself with Rahm Emanuel's speech in Tel Aviv last week, where he said Netanyahu has decided that he is going to be able to defeat all of his adversaries. So whether you're talking Lebanon, Gaza, West Bank, Iran, it's perpetual war all the time. And then with Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, you've got people who really do want to drive all of the Palestinians out of Gaza and the West Bank, and they're in the government. Okay, so the basic idea of the program when it was first presented to me, like I said, it's co-development programs, and like missile defense, something we could definitely learn from Israel on. And it's a program. You can decide whether or not to do co-development programs. And by the way, if we decide in Congress that we don't like that program, we can vote it down. It's not outside of the democratic process. We don't have to vote and approve every single program of record that the Pentagon develops. So I don't agree with that aspect of it, but a couple of constituents in particular reached out to me and explained that, look, at this point, voting for anything that integrates the U.S. and the Israeli government further, given where the Netanyahu government is at, is just a statement we don't want to make right now. And I agreed with that. And that's what caused me to change my mind on that particular issue. So
you've said you would vote against that on House floor.
I would vote to remove it from the bill, yes.
So you are ranking member, House Armed Services. That makes you one of the four most important people in D.C. in terms of what ends up in the NDAA. And for all
except for the fact that I'm in the minority.
You're in the minority, of course.
And I don't control what the majority does by any stretch of the imagination.
But what I wanted to know is if you would use that position when it comes to conference, which is when this is for our audience. I know, obviously, you know this, when the Senate version is merged with the House version and any difference are
Yes,
reconciled.
I will advocate for the removal of that provision.
And if it's not removed, will you refuse to sign off on the conference report?
I don't know that I would go that far. It depends on what else is in the bill. I mean, look, the bill itself has the massive problem that it's continuing to fund the war in Iran, which is an utter disaster. So I am probably not going to vote, well, almost certainly not going to vote for the bill as it comes off the House floor now, just in and of itself, regardless of that particular section. Just because of that one section, I don't know that I would vote against the entire bill.
Well, and that was actually the other thing I wanted to ask you about is why are Democrats considering supporting an NDAA at all while Trump is prosecuting a disastrous, illegal, unconstitutional war, which to your credit, you've been very vocally outspoken against?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of layers to that. First of all, and this is where we get into some of those divisions within the Democratic Party, I believe that we do need to have a Department of Defense. We need to support our troops. We have national security threats that we have to be prepared to deal with. All right, so...
Do people disagree with that?
Well, there are somebody... Look, the Democratic Socialists of America, in their platform, is defund the Department of Defense. It's in their platform.
Have any of the candidates that you're aware of held that position or advocated that position?
I don't know.
I see lots of people advocate for cutting the Pentagon, which I would agree with. That you may agree with as well. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone advocating for getting rid of it. At least nobody who's elected to office.
Yeah, no, they've but it's part of the DSA platform, okay? And also a broader part.
Do you agree with everything, single word of the Democratic Party platform?
I do not. Okay.
Okay.
So yes, but
so should you be held to, whatever views are theoretically in some policy position paper, or should we deal with the reality of what your positions are?
Why would they put it in there in the first place? But aside from that particular point, there's the larger question of the role of the U.S.
That was a good response. That was a good. He handled that pretty well. Obviously, she's being like disgustingly bad faith because she always is, but he handled that pretty well. I mean, he's right. Like this is one of those things. This so far. Okay, there's like somewhat of a. This is one of the biggest reasons I can't stand watching fucking Crystal is because the point she's making here is facially valid, right? Where if you didn't know better, if you didn't know any better, if you weren't thinking about it any harder than like what she's saying on its face, you might come to the conclusion that the argument she's making is valid, right? Where basically what she's saying is, you are a Democrat, like you fall under the Democrat bucket, and you don't agree with every single part of the Democrat Party platform. So isn't it fair to say that just because something is in the party platform, that doesn't necessarily mean that the people who also fall under that party agree with that? It could be the case that, yeah, it's in the party platform, but nobody fucking agree. Everyone thinks it's dumb, so no one's going to do it. That's facially true, right? When it's like, okay, well, just because you're a part of a party, just because you're a part of a particular party doesn't mean you have to agree with every single thing on the platform. There's probably things in the Democrat Party platform that I would personally think are just pure brain dead fucking bullshit, right? That's almost certainly the case. I bet if I went through every single policy position in the entire Democrat Party platform, I'm going to find things where I'm just like, this is unbearably fucking stupid to me. Right? I think it's there'll be shit that I find that I think is dumb. However, I bet you I'm not going to find anything. I bet you I'm not going to find anything in the Democrat Party platform that is what I would call like outside of the Overton window, so to speak. I don't think there's going to be anything in there that I think is so fucking unbearably stupid that I can't imagine why anyone would believe it. There's going to be stuff in there where I'm like, I think that's dumb. But if you disagree, I get it. It's not, it's not the end of the fucking world. I think it's fucking stupid. I don't think we should do it. I would fight against it. But I get why you think that. I feel that way about like a lot of gun stuff, right? Like my state banned assault weapons entirely, or banned the sale of them, right? And manufacture. You can still own them. I still have mine. It wasn't like a mandatory fucking buyback type shit. Like we didn't go full Australia on it, but my state banned the sale and manufacture of like all assault weapons, so all rifles, all that stuff. I think it's fucking brain dead. But I understand why people want that. I understand why people want it. I understand why it happened. I would have fought against, or I did say it was dumb. I don't like it, but I get it, right? There's plenty of issues like that I would have with the Democratic Party. However, getting rid of the fucking DOD, just getting rid of it, not having a funded military whatsoever, no more Department of Defense, that does not fall in that bucket. That's a completely different thing. That's not, I think it's dumb, I disagree, I would fight against it, but I understand. No, brain dead. That's brain dead tomfuckery. So facially, her point feels valid if you just don't think about it too hard. On his facial, okay, yeah, I guess I can, yeah, sure. I get what she's saying. But the difference is, the positions that are in the Democrat Party platform that he disagrees with, and that I would disagree with, and that others might disagree with, are still okay, yeah, I don't like it, but I get why people believe it. But a position like that, is like, I feel like a position like that is almost enough for me to say like, okay, well, I just can't fucking run as a member of this party. If like I can't do it. If this is the type of shit you guys want, this is the type of shit you believe, I got to be all the way the fuck out. This is brain dead. That's the difference between these two fucking points. Unfortunately, most people will just hear what she said and be like, oh yeah, it's facially valid. Makes sense.
best place in the world. And this is where I do disagree with the DSA. I mean, their general position is that the U.S. is responsible for most of the conflict in the world. And I've heard these arguments about whether you're talking about Iran, North Korea, Russia, China, that everything they're doing is merely in reaction to us. And I don't agree with that. I think we've done some bad things without any question, but I do think we face threats that we need to be in a position to deter. So I'm not, going.
The funny thing is, even if obviously he's right that the DSA types do like that is their argument, that is what they say. Even if this is one of those things, it's like we were talking earlier with the immigration case we were going through, right? That's one of those arguments where even if I just chose to not fight on the argument itself, even if I chose to just, and I would fight on the facts of the matter. I don't think that that's true, but even if I chose not to, the conclusion doesn't necessarily follow from the art or from the premise at all. It's just not a sound argument whatsoever. The idea that, okay, are there a lot of conflicts in the world? Yes, there are. However, all of the conflicts that exist in the world are a direct result of the United States. Everything that's, every military conflict around the globe is our fault. So if we just completely get rid of the Department of Defense, the Department of War, fucking stupid. But if we just completely, if we just hand over our military, we just stop having one, that should get rid of all conflict, all military conflict around the world. That's premise to conclusion. That's what they would say, right? Even if I accept on face value that it is true that we are the cause of all of the wrongs in the world, all military conflict that exists on planet Earth is a direct result of something America did, even if I were to accept that, that doesn't mean that the correct conclusion is, okay, we should just get rid of our military altogether. That doesn't make any sense at all, because the consequences of being wrong in that instance are so dire and so great. And there's a simpler way to find out if the premise is correct than put yourself in a position where if you are wrong, you're fucked beyond belief, right? If you think that, if it is the case that you genuinely believe that every single thing, every single conflict on the planet, everything that's ever gone wrong on planet Earth is the fucking result, even though it doesn't make sense because we've only been around for 200-something years, right? Even if you believe that, okay, well then the most logical solution isn't get rid of the military. The correct solution is we just keep our hands off of everything else. Instead of passing a bill that abolishes the Department of Defense, you just get rid of all military authorization across the board, all of it. You just say, like, okay, we're going to have a military, but it's going to be basically just like a wall around the country, and we're not fucking going anywhere and doing anything. All troops stationed overseas, you are being recalled back to home. We're going to decommission all of our bases. We're pulling out of every fucking conflict. We're maximal isolationists now. You do that, but maintain your military as a defense force in the country, with it, internally. Not internally as in they're operating internally, but it's like, we're going to bring you all back home, and you're just going to fucking sit there on your bases and do menial labor all day until something pops off. That's, if you believed what the DSA, if you believe in that, if you buy into the DSA premise, then that would be the correct or the most logical solution to the problem. Not fucking get rid of them altogether. Because with the solution that I put forward, just bring everybody back home and we just pull out of everything. With that, if you're wrong, and it actually is not the case, which it fucking isn't, obviously. If it is not the case that every military conflict on planet Earth is the fault of the United States, well, you're still in a position to where you can still protect your own country. You're still fine. You pull everybody back, the U.S. stops doing anything anywhere, and nothing changes. Russia's still attacking Ukraine, fucking China invades Taiwan, like all this stuff pops off, and then other nations, adversarial nations, turn their sights towards us. Iran, turns their sights towards us. We're not fucked. We can still defend ourselves. It's fine. We're going to be okay here at home. But if you go their route and you just get rid of the military and then you find out you're wrong, you're fucked. We all die. Or we don't all die. We get taken over and we all become fucking Chinese slaves. Probably. Something. Point being, even if you buy their conclusion, their solution is fucking brain dead. Because it leaves us, you're just going to fuck us all because you think you're correct about something you're very trivially, obviously not correct about? Interesting. Anyway, I don't think Congress should do that because then all War Department duties default to the president anyway. In the absence of organization, it rests on whoever was vested the power. Look at Washington prior to the creation of the. Well, I don't think Congress should do either one of the options I just presented. It's just to say that even if the DSA was correct in their premise, they're certainly not correct in their conclusion. But I don't think they're wrong. I don't think they're correct in their premise either. So I don't think that either of those options should be done. I think we're probably okay how we are. Although the structure is probably okay how it is. We just need a person. We just need a better person in charge of the military. The Iran shit's got to be. The Iran shit has to stop. The military. I was gonna say the budgetary stuff is a little bit more difficult to analyze. I would say what are they requesting now for the military budget? Like 1.5 trillion. That seems excessive as fuck. But I would be a little bit more reticent to talk about what the military budget should be, because I just don't know what it costs to run a fucking effective military, quite frankly. And I do know we have a lot of shipbuilding problems right now that we probably need to solve, because our aircraft carriers are old as a motherfucker and they need to be updated and replaced by the new gen carriers, and we seem to be struggling to make that happen. So that's part of the reason I'm a little bit more reticent to whenever people want to complain about how high the military budget is. I'm a little bit more reticent to kind of speak confidently about that, because one of the most important things right now is for us to get our new carriers up and running to replace the old generations, replace all the Nimitz class carriers, and I don't know what the budgetary limitations of doing that are. So it might actually be the case that the military budget does kind of need to be high as a motherfucker right now, because we're trying to build aircraft carriers up in this bitch. So that's not an easy task, not a cheap task either. So I don't know.
To say that we shouldn't ever have a National Defense Authorizing Act. The second piece of this that I'm curious,
I'm
curious what people think about this.
Just to pause on that point for 1 second. The argument I'm making, and I think other people, is not that we should never have a National Defense Authorization Act. It's that in this moment, Democrats, as you know, have precious little leverage that they can use as Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Trump is prosecuting what is an illegal war. There was a war powers resolution that was passed through the House and the Senate that he is in violation of.
Just to be clear, it's a bigger part of the problem. Even if this war was legal, it would still be a disastrous, stupid, terrible, horrible idea.
We 100% agree on that. But it is also illegal. Yeah. So why not use this moment when they would dearly like Democratic votes?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that at all.
Yeah. So you think that, so you won't support an NDA and you don't think the rest of the Democratic Party?
There will probably be some who will and some who won't. I mean, and again, how do we use that leverage in an effective way? And keep in mind also the National Defense Authorizing Act doesn't actually fund anything. It's not the appropriations bill, it's the authorizing bill, which is the other point I've been trying to get to. Congress needs to exercise oversight of the Department of Defense. We've got a provision in the bill that would bring back collective bargaining for all DoD employees, which we got put into the bill. We've got a variety of different things that fence Secretary Hegseth's budgets if he doesn't begin to turn over more information. It's us exercising our oversight. If we pull back from that and don't do anything, that winds up with the executive branch having all the control and all the authority if we just don't pass anything. So there are some things in this bill that exercise oversight of the Pentagon. We step back from that. Trump just goes and does what he wants to do without any congressional oversight. So that's the balance. Because I think the mistake when you say leverage, the notion is if we say we won't vote for it, the Republicans will therefore give us this, 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 and this.
Well, it'll put some pressure on them. Yeah. I mean, a lot of this, the Iran
war will, but they may not. But it may not result in that. So yes,
but it may be worth a try. The Iran wars are very unpopular, and
100%.
But let me ask you about your vote for the Thomas Massie amendment, which would block aid to Israel. And this is another one where you had told one outlet that you were planning to vote against it, and then you changed.
This is where this conversation is going to get fucky. We're doing aid to Israel. Okay.
And decided to vote for it. You put on a statement saying that you wanted to send a message to Benjamin Netanyahu. I'd love for you. There's actually been a lot of pro-Israel folks who've been attacking you, saying you gave in to pressure tactics, et cetera. I'd love for you to explain your own words, how you came to this place, because I do think your vote and others are quite extraordinary, given where consensus within Washington has been on the relationship with Israel. You had even Nancy Pelosi voting for this amendment yourself, given your position and your track record. You're someone who's been supported by AIPAC. Just take us through
this is going to take a minute.
That's fine. Take your time.
Okay, because the real challenge here is what Israel has historically been, okay? Israel was historically a democratic state in the middle of no democratic states. They were a very strong ally of the U.S. We partnered with them on a variety of things, counterterrorism being the biggest thing during the ISIS fight and elsewhere. So you've got that historical relationship. And then you've got the reality of what Israel is living in. And that is that they are the only, well, except for Ukraine, they're the only country in the world, well, they're the only country in the world that from the day they were founded, people have been trying to eliminate them. I mean, there's no other country in the world that, Yemen and Saudi Arabia fought, but the Houthis never said that Saudi Arabia didn't have a right to exist. Okay, very existence wasn't on the line. When Israel came into being, from that very moment, they have been attacked constantly. And it comes down to a fundamental question: does Israel have a right to exist? Now, I'll tell you, and this is absolutely the DSA position, is that they don't. Okay.
Well, let's pause on that. I want to get to the DSA, and I don't want to fight you on all of this. I want you to get to your point.
I got to get through this.
Yeah.
I got to get through this.
Okay.
So if you have a situation where Israel is threatened on all sides, and I know it's like, well, no, I'm not saying they don't have a right to exist, just they have to let all the Palestinians back in, and then effectively the Jews no longer control Israel. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, but don't you like as an idea of equal rights for all ethnicities something that you in theory support as a Democrat?
Well, sure, but the practical result of this is if you say yeah, there should be equal rights within Israel, but if Israel allows it, they cease to exist as a country.
No, they cease to exist as a Jewish ethno-state. That's very different from ceasing to exist as a country.
Oh, come on, hold on. Stop.
Why is
no, we got to drill
an
down.
issue for U.S. taxpayers?
We got to drill down on that. Okay. All right. They cease to exist as an ethno state. So basically, Jews would live in Palestine and be governed by the Palestinians, by the Arabs. Okay. And maybe that's just what has to happen in the minds of some people, but understand the consequences of it. Understand why Israel was created in the first place, so that the Jews would have some place to go. Okay.
Right,
and to just blithely say, well, yeah, it'll go away and it'll be fine. So that's point one.
Well, first of all, you're mischaracterizing my position.
Oh fuck! This is, okay. Make a couple things clear here. I will say, so far we're like a quarter of the way in, right? I will say, or like almost a third of the way in, right? I so far, things could change. I do so far agree with the characterization of this interview that this guy is probably doing the best of any of the politicians that I've seen go on Krystal's show. He's performing the best. However, there's a huge but here. Whilst he may be performing the best, and it is probably just because it might genuinely just come down to the fact that he's like we've seen a couple of these types of interviews now, like, you know, Krystal having fucking congressman on the show just to fucking smack him over the head with Israel shit over, you know, just she's brings him onto the show just so she can fucking beat him over the head with her Israel talking points over and over and over and over. Maybe it's because this is like the third or fourth one of these now in recent memory that he's doing is like the best of them all, because his team had some examples. I don't know why I'm fucking taking such a long time to kind of get to that idea. Right, his team probably had some examples that they could look at for how she conducts herself during these interviews, and so that they could prep him adequately or as best as they could to come in here and do this interview. Right, that might be why he's doing the best. It just might be a function of there's a couple examples now of how these go. His team was able to examine those, prepare him to handle that environment, and then he could come in here and handle the environment pretty well. That might be why. But yes, I would agree that out of all the ones I've seen so far, he's handling himself better than anyone else has. However, the biggest but in the known universe coming in here, I still don't think he should have come. Even though he is doing pretty well and he's handling himself in an effective manner, I don't think he should be doing it. I just think it's a fucking waste of time. There is, for me, through my eyes, there just simply is no bigger waste of fucking time than being a person who genuinely has a desire to have a substantive conversation, and you can tell that that's what's happening here. This guy wants to speak substantively about the issues. Think back to the first thing they talked about, right? The bill, merging the U.S. military and Israeli military bill, right? As soon as she kind of characterized it in that way, he immediately wanted to actually jump into the text of the bill, to the provision, or to the provision that she was referencing, and to talk specifically about what the bill would do, why it was, he was like, this is what it would do. This is why it should be done. This is why we've done it in the past. Like, he immediately wants to jump into all those substantive points. That's his instinct. That's what he wants to do intuitively. And Krystal is only here to clip farm. That's the only reason she's here. She's only sitting at this table right now because this interview presents a good opportunity to farm some clips off this guy. That's the only reason she's at the table. She doesn't give one solitary fuck what he's saying. She doesn't give one solitary fuck about having like an interesting, substantive conversation. She's not here for that. She's here to clip farm the guy. That's it. And I cannot think of a more useless fucking environment, quite frankly. I hate these conversations. I've had plenty of them myself. I hate them. It's a waste of fucking time. There's no reason to do them. So yeah, he's doing well. I applaud him for it, but he shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be doing it. It's a waste of fucking time. Why bother with these people? If you don't want to fucking talk substance, that's fine, bro. There's thousands of other interviewers that do and that will. He could have just gone. Motherfucking Adam Smith could have just gone and talked to fucking Steven. And it would have been he could have an actual substantive conversation about these issues if you wanted to, right? But you're not going to get that here. Krystal just wants to clip farm your ass. That's it. That's all she wants. So why bother? Why waste your time?
But
what is your
second
position?
of all,
what is your position?
Second of all, you're ignoring.
You're definitely not going to get an answer to that fucking question, by the way. I guarantee you. I guarantee you're not going to get an answer to that. What is your position? Unless he just means like, what is your position in terms of like whether or not Israel has a right to exist? I don't know if that's what he's asking. But if he's asking for like what's her position as to like what should be done to end the conflict, you're not getting an answer to that fuck question because she doesn't have one. She doesn't know. She has no idea what the fuck needs to be done to end the conflict. I mean, to be fair, like I don't fucking either, but I'll just tell you that. If you were to ask me like, you know, what do you think we should do to bring about the end of this? I'm like, motherfucker, I don't know. Honest to God, I don't. Given the facts on the ground, given the circumstances, I honestly don't even know what we could do from our end to fucking end this shit. But I'll just tell you that she will not. That's the difference. Other than like, I guess from my point of view, I would just say every single country on the fucking planet, the entire international community needs to come together to basically lock negotiators from both sides in a room like they're fucking children and don't let them out until they come to some fucking agreement that both of them are moderately happy with. Like, you guys are going to sit in this room and you're going to fucking find a solution, or you're going to starve to death. Those are the two options for you on the table right now. That seems to, from my vantage point, how I'm looking at it, seems to be the only solution. All of this is just to say, it's hilarious that he, like, again, this just comes back to he wants to have a substantive talk with her. That's what he wants. That's his desire. You can tell. And so that's why he's like, okay, well, then what do you think? What's your position? She's not going to fucking answer that. Absolutely not.
Israel was not created in a land with no people.
No. I know it wasn't.
There were people there. They were displaced.
Right. Very few countries ever were.
Nakba.
Yeah.
There was a dispute over land.
Yes.
And Israel today, which I think is what you were getting to, is an apartheid ethno-state that, and I don't think you use this language, but that is in the process of committing a genocide. So we can debate the Israel of the past and the various historical interpretations of how we got to this place. But I think you're correct when you say we have to deal with the reality of today. And, I would argue that it's not just the Netanyahu government. We can certainly argue that point.
Yeah.
But,
I do agree. We do have to deal with the reality of today. Crystal, what do you think we should do? What do you think we should do from the American perspective? What do you think the American Congress can do that would have the greatest chance of bringing about the end of the conflict? Crystal, why don't you answer that question?
We have Jake Sullivan, who just came out and said that he regrets the Biden policy of the bear hug. He thinks they should have done more to restrain Israel. And I'm wondering if you have any regrets, because now you're voting in a somewhat different way, both with the NDAA shift in position, with the Massey Amendment saying, hey, we should block aid. I want to send a message to Netanyahu. At the peak of the Gaza onslaught, you had a complete siege.
You see what I mean, by the way? This is exactly what I was just talking about. She's trying to clip farm right now. As we speak, she's trying to clip farm. Out of all of the possible things you could talk about with this guy, you have what position did she say he was in? Is he the fucking minority leader or the chair of the House Armed Services Committee? Like, how often do you get the opportunity to talk to somebody who has as much insight as this guy does? And what you want to ask him is, do you regret your past? Did you have any regrets about your positions, of your past positions? Not even, doesn't want to fucking say anything about, like, not even let's talk about your current positions, why you believe them, how you got there. Like, that's along the same lines. That's roughly the same thing, but it's more interesting. Of like, okay, well, how did you go from this position in the past to this position now? Talk to me about that. What was the process of your mind being changed? What happened there? She kind of asked that question previously, but she never really got a true answer because she never let him fucking finish. He was like, she asked that question. That was the initial question to this whole line of questioning that they're in now. That's how she started it. How did you go from old position to new position? And he started answering, and she has now cut him off. And that the new question has become, somehow this question morphed into, do you regret your old position? The fuck are we doing? This is what I'm talking about when I say she's just here to clip farm. She wants to try to get him on record. I think she'd probably be happy with either answer, by the way. She asked him a yes or no question. Do you regret your old position? And I think she'd probably be happy with either answer. I think if he said, yes, I do regret my old position, she'd be happy with that because that's what she wants to hear. And then if she said, no, I don't regret my old position, or sorry, if he said, no, I don't regret my old position, she'd be happy with that because then that's the clip farming window right there. Well, it was a genocide back then too, so how could you possibly say you don't regret your old position? It's a genocide today, but it was a genocide back then too. So you're telling me you were more than happy back during the Biden administration to vote for a genocide. Blah, blah, blah. Like, she'd be just as happy with that. Because why chat? Why would she be just as happy? Because she's just here to clip farm his ass. That's the only reason she sat down at the table.
You had entire neighborhoods that were leveled. They created the largest population of child amputees. Do you have any regrets about your votes during that time period?
I don't, because everyone forgets about October 7th. Everyone forgets about what Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran have done. And their desire is to wipe out the state of Israel and all the Jews living there. Is that not? I mean, that's in Hamas's charter, and Hamas is still extant. They're still doing that. I don't like the way Israel decided to defend themselves, but the solution being proposed is, and this is the consequence of what you're saying is, sorry, we had this idea back in 1948, we were going to give you a state, and that way you could protect yourself against all these attacks. Didn't work out, so go back to Europe, go wherever. This just isn't going to work anymore. And I don't think you understand how difficult that is to just go, yeah, I guess that's fine. Because
no, I think the question, and this is not, this is my perspective, but I think this is also what the Democratic Party base in particular, and most of the country view at this point, is why should our tax dollars, given all the things in the world and all the things in our country,
that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment.
Spent in much more effective ways.
Exactly.
Why should that be going to prop up an ethno-state that is an apartheid state? And I wonder if you agree with that characterization, that has been committing, if you don't want to say genocide, certainly war crimes with that tax money.
That's fine. Yeah. Look, no, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment. I don't think we should be sending that money over there. But look, I have concerns about Hamas, about Hezbollah, that people don't seem to share. Let's say that this plays out the way you describe, and okay, there is no Jewish ethno-state, and the consequence of that is there is no Jewish state. Basically, you have the Palestinians, as they would now be governing that area, and that means Hamas would be governing that area. Do you have any problem with that? Do you have any problem with Hamas suddenly becoming a much more powerful entity and having the country, from the river to the sea, if you will now be a Hamas-run state on the Mediterranean? Are you okay with that?
First of all, I'm not convinced that would be the reality.
Well, how would it not be the reality?
I don't know how you can get away from how illiberal it is to not support equal rights for people regardless of if they're Jewish, Arab, Muslim, Christian,
totally with you. Look,
and then the other piece is,
but Hamas doesn't support equal rights either.
But do you support a two-state solution? Is that your idea?
Look, yes.
So how do we get there? How do we get there? No, but this is.
I will never understand. I don't know why he's not. Maybe he just doesn't feel like it. Honest to God, I would understand. I genuinely would understand if he just doesn't feel like getting into it. But when people say, like, I can't, how did she phrase it? Like, how can you not recognize how illiberal it is to not have equal rights for all people? She's, I don't even know what you would call this fucking dumb fuck fallacy that she's engaging in here. Yes, it would in fact be illiberal. It would be if you had a country with a population in which a group of people was treated meaningfully differently, or differently at all, really. If you had a country in which you had a population in which some groups of that population were treated differently than other groups of the population, that would be illiberal. I agree with you. That's not what we're talking about, motherfucker. It just isn't. We're talking about a country in which citizens are given the rights of citizens and non-citizens are not given the rights of citizens. That's what we're talking about. And you know who else fits that exact same description? You know what other country fits that exact same description? Now, I don't get me wrong. I do understand the trap that I'm walking into right now with this line with the argument that I'm making. I understand the trap I'm walking into, because my whole point being, in Israel, there are 3 million Arabs that are citizens, or that are in Israel proper, like 3 million fucking Arabs. A bunch of them are in government, hold positions in the Knesset. Plenty of them do. Like, the Arabs that live in Israel, the Arabs that are Israeli citizens, they do have fucking equal rights. They are treated the same. But that's not what she's talking about. What she's talking about is Palestinians. She's saying that, well, it's clearly an apartheid state because, the Palestinians aren't given equal rights to Israeli citizens. That doesn't make any fucking sense. An apartheid state is one in which there is an ethnic or racial minority within the citizenry that is oppressed deliberately, right? That's what an apartheid state is. That's what you had in fucking South Africa, right? What you have in the Israel-Palestine situation is a situation in which the citizens of a country have one set of rights, and then people who are not citizens of that country have a different set of rights. You know who else has that exact same system? We do, motherfucker. We do. Now, when I said before that I understand the trap I'm walking into, is because the natural follow-up question would be, okay, what you're describing in Israel, we have here. We have the same system in which citizens have a set of rights, non-citizens have a different set of rights that do not include all of the same rights that the citizens have. We have the same thing. Do you think that the United States is an apartheid state? That's the follow-up question. However, again, I do understand that I'm walking into a trap, because a person like Krista Ball very well might just say yes. I would say there's a pretty goddamn strong chance that if I ask Crystal that question, or if somebody asks Crystal that question, like, okay, what you're describing, the situation that you were describing in Israel, that you believe makes it an apartheid state, that exact set of that exact same situation, that exact same set of parameters exists here. Same shit. And so, therefore, do you think that the U.S. is also an apartheid state? If you were to ask her that question, I think there's a pretty good chance she would just say, yeah, I do. I do think it is. I think the U.S. is also an apartheid state. So I understand the trap. Although it doesn't change the fact that the argument she's making is fucking stupid. Okay? Doesn't change that fact. She just might bite the bullet, but it's an incredibly fucking stupid bullet to bite. But she is an incredibly stupid person, so she probably would just do it.
Let's stop.
Hold on.
I can answer this
How
for
do we
you.
get there at a time?
No, hold
when
on.
you have settlements that have made it effectively impossible.
There's something I have to
displace how many
explain
Jewish
before all this
settlers
makes sense.
in order to create a Palestinian state.
Look, let's go back.
Yeah, he's so frustrated. I understand. Again, this comes straight back down to it. So far, I do agree with the characterization. Again, I've already said it, but I'll say it again. I do agree with the characterization that so far he's done the best of all the politicians that have come on this show to be interviewed by Krystal Ball. Okay, he's doing a pretty good job. I'll give him credit for that. However, he's still falling into the same trap that all the other politicians that have come on the show before him have fallen into. Even though he is the best of them all, he's still falling into the same trap they did, in which that trap being that he came here. He came to sit down at this table to have a substantive conversation with Krystal Ball about the issues of the day. The issues that whatever issues she wanted to talk about, he came to talk about them substantively. He came to talk about them in detail. He came to have a conversation about policy, about what the U.S. could be doing, should be doing, XYZ, continue, etc. Right? That's what he came to talk about. She came to clip farm him. You will never, even though, out of all the people that have done what you're doing before you, Mr. Adam Smith here, out of all the people that have done this before you, you are performing better than they did. Even though that is true, you will never be successful in this environment. You can't. It's not possible because you and Krystal are doing different things. You are not engaging with each other on the same playing field. You're not. You're trying to live in reality. You're trying to have a conversation that, I don't know, produces some fucking utility to society. And she just isn't. Okay? You will never have a good conversation. You will never have a good result. A good overall result. If you allow for this environment to persist, right? If you engage in this type of conversation, it's just never going to work out for you. No matter how prepared you are for it, no matter how well you perform. And again, I'm not knocking the guy at all. He is performing well. He is. I'll give him credit. There has been no like Slotkin moments in this one in which Krystal asked a tough question and he just seems like he's not confused because that never happened with Slotkin. Slotkin seemed with her in her interview with Krystal, it seemed like she was shocked by the questions themselves a couple of times in which Krystal would ask a question and it seemed like Slotkin was taken aback by just how unfathomably fucking stupid the question was. But she allowed that the manifestation of that feeling in Slotkin came out as confusion or as like unpreparedness. That's how it manifested, but I think it was mostly just because she was just so blown away by how fucking dumb some of the questions were. That's not happening to this guy. Krystal has asked some dumb fuck questions, and he's never been taken aback by it. He's seemed prepared for every single question, but it just doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't mean a damn thing. No matter how prepared you are, you will never beat this. You will never defeat this environment. You will never defeat her on her. She's playing on fucking home turf right now. She's in her element. You cannot out substance a clip farmer. You can't do it. It's not possible. So stop trying.
To what you said. I support a two-state solution. I am also aware of the fact that it's probably no longer possible. You didn't let me get that part out. Okay, which is really kind of important to this whole conversation.
I would agree. Yes.
And it's very disappointing. I mean, and there's a lot of blame to go around for why we got there. Yes, I would like to see a two-state solution. I am not naive, as you just described, to know that it's simply not on the table at this point. And that creates a massive, massive problem. But the idea, again, that the easy solution is, okay, we get rid of the Jewish ethno-state. And the details of how Israel is currently running, their country, there are Arabs in the parliament, but there are parts of it that aren't. Okay, so we get rid of that.
Okay.
So what's your idea for what replaces that? You say you're not convinced that it'll be a Hamas-run thing.
Well, I've offered that. Listen, I really honestly think that this is something for Palestinians and Israelis to decide. I don't know why it is.
All right,
Okay. This is exactly what I said before, by the way. You remember when I said she will never actually answer this fucking question? When it comes down to it, if he presses her enough, like, okay, you don't think my solution's going to work. This is what I want. This is how I would like the conflict to resolve. You don't think it's possible. Fine. I agree with you. He bit more of a bullet than I expected him to, quite frankly. And I'm not knocking him. I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world. He bit more of a bullet than I thought he would. In fact, he said, "This is the solution that I would want. This is what I wish would happen. But I am now recognizing that the actual facts on the ground, the reality of the situation, simply doesn't support it. I actually want this solution, but I don't think it's possible anymore because of how this conflict has developed over time. I don't think this may be what I want, but I don't think I'm going to get it. I don't think I can get it. I don't think it's possible. So, what do you want? What would you do?" And like I said earlier, I've already said it. I guess I'll say it again. I guess I'm just going to be me repeating myself about how Crystal conducts herself in these interviews. But I said earlier that there's no fucking universe in which she would ever answer this question. And sure as shit, he finally bites a bullet that is, again, a bigger bullet to bite than I thought he would do. And he admitted that he doesn't think his solution is possible anymore. Flip the question on her. Okay, my solution can't be done. Fine, what's yours? And her answer is just, oh well, I think that the Israelis and the Palestinians should just work it out amongst themselves. Okay, Crystal. So what you want to do is you want to sit here and you want to endlessly fucking nitpick every idea that this guy's going to put forth. Everything he says, okay, well, maybe we should do this. Maybe we should do that. Maybe this should be the solution. Maybe that should be the solution. You want to endlessly fucking critique him. You want to nitpick every fucking thing that he says. But then when it's finally flipped on you and you can't run away anymore, your answer is, well, I can't possibly give a concrete plan for how things should resolve or what should be done. I think they just got to figure it out amongst themselves. Okay. Thanks, dumbass. Appreciate that. I told you, there's no fucking universe in which Crystal ever answers that question. What do you think should happen? She has no idea. She doesn't have a fucking clue.
American taxpayers' business to fund this.
Again, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment.
But what is actually your idea? Because if you're saying, you
Also, the follow-up question to this, he's not going to do it because nobody ever does it. This isn't me shitting on this particular congressman, okay? But the only, in my head, obviously, it's not the only logical follow-up because it's probably not going to be the one that he chooses to go with. But in my mind, the only logical follow-up when a person pushes you this hard on what your solution to fucking Israel-Palestine is, if someone's going to push you this hard on what your solution is, and then when you finally get to flip the question on them and ask, and their answer is just, oh, well, I think they just need to work it out amongst themselves. If that's the answer you get after being pushed and pushed and pushed on this from the other side, I think the only logical follow-up is to say, can you not imagine it being the case that the thing that they agree with too, if you really think that the only way we could possibly go is that we have to let them come to an agreement, we have to let them solve the problem amongst themselves, is there no world in which the agreement that they finally reach is just what I am saying? Like, people like Crystal will have such an issue. You'll say, like, I want a two-state solution. And it's the second you say, I want a two-state solution, you have what they hear, what you've said is, I want a two-state solution. But what they hear is, I want all Palestinians to die. That's what they hear when you say that. Just in case anyone was confused or anyone was wondering. Whenever you tell like one of these crystal ball types that you think that the proper solution to Israel-Palestine is a two-state solution, what they hear is that you love genocide and you just get off on Palestinian babies dying. That's what they're hearing. But if that's going to be the case, if you're going to live, if that's the environment they want to live in, fine. But their solution to the entire thing is just to work it out amongst themselves. The only thing you could possibly say is, okay, what if, and you have to push them on this, by the way, because they will not answer it. They will fucking freak the fuck out. I've seen it happen with a couple people. They will freak the fuck out as soon as you do it. But the only thing you can do for the rest of the conversation until you move to another topic besides Israel-Palestine, or until they answer you, which they won't, is just to say, okay, well, what if we do what you just said? What if we make them work it out amongst themselves? It's like I said earlier. What if we just lock, a negotiating authority from the Israel side and a negotiating authority from the Palestinian side? We lock them in a room and we say, you have to figure this the fuck out. You have to come to some agreement, or you're gonna fucking starve to death in here. Okay, you are not coming out until you've come to some sort of agreement with each other. Okay, what if they walk out with a two-state solution? What if? Just fucking, and you just push them on that. They're so like, well, that, there's no way you, like, and in this case, my guess would be her response would be like, well, you just said that a two-state solution is not possible. You cannot let them get away with that under no circumstances. You push. Okay, let's just say it's a hypothetical, motherfucker. Answer, like, it's just a hypothetical scenario. What if they walk out of that room with a two-state solution? Like, what then? Like, what do you? what would your reaction to that be? How would you feel about that? Do you think that we as the United States, as a third party that really doesn't need to have anything to fucking do with that, the particulars of that arrangement, do you think that we should interject ourselves to say, no, you can't do that? Sorry, when I said you have to find a solution with each other, what I meant is you have to find a solution that's not that. Some other solution. What I meant was you have to go in that room and find some terms for a one-state solution. That's the only way we're going to let you out. Like, what do you do at that point? I don't know. I fucking hate these people. This is the very long-winded way of saying I fucking hate this answer. This is the worst answer you could possibly give. She gets so fucking ass pained. She's done it with, I think, literally every single politician she's interviewed, because most of them say, like, I want a two-state solution. That would be my preference. And every single time they say it, she gets fucking ass pained out the ass. But then her solution is make them work it out amongst themselves, or just they need to work it out amongst themselves. That's her solution. Okay, motherfucker. What if they do and they come to a two-state solution? Are you going to be as mad at them as you are at the Dem politicians that say that that's the proper solution? Remember how mad she was at fucking Slotkin for saying she wants a two-state solution? Remember how fucking pissed Crystal got during that interview? Would you be just as mad at the Palestinians if they agreed to a two-state solution? Would you say that they're fucking genocidal too? You dumbass?
You don't support a one-state solution. You don't support a two-state solution. There is no good solution. That's where you are. That is the reality of where we are now.
Right, and
no good solution.
And I'm open to ideas, but let's understand the history of this. There's a great book called Palestine 1936 that described what was going on there. So you were coming to the end of the British Mandate, and you had the Jews had been coming in since the 19th century. They'd been there a long, long time ago, and they were looking for a place to be. The Palestinians were looking to drive out the British, and the Palestinians and the Arabs reached a conclusion in the mid-1930s and said, "Okay, Jews, you can stay, but you're not going to run anything." Okay, Jews said, "No, we can't stay." So they started a civil war. Okay, and they fought. And then, of course, 1948, they got the country created. Another war was started. A war, and I know people say, well, this was a war to drive the Palestinians out. It was also a war to eliminate Israel, to basically kill Israel in the crib in 1948. And they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and they fought. And at no point was there ever anything carved out for the Jews. And so the Jews have been fighting an existential fight. And it's so hard for me to, because I know you consider yourself, I think, liberal. You would describe yourself that way, like in the classical liberal.
How's it going, Linton?
Sense.
But there's no liberal option on the table here. That's what I'm telling you.
Why?
You keep saying illiberal Jews, we cannot have. Illiberal Palestinians are fine.
No, but why should?
And I voted for it. It shouldn't.
Why should?
I already answered that question. It shouldn't.
Okay, so and is that your answer for this particular amendment, or will that continue to be your position moving forward?
That's where we're at.
So you're done with the U.S. funding Israel.
I think
this guy is a ghoul. Okay, well, that's I'm just gonna do myself a favor. I'm gonna do myself a huge favor real quick. Sorry, chat. Give me 1 second. If you just heard the answer, if you heard the answer he just gave and your response is this guy is a ghoul, no good will come from having you around here. So I'm gonna do myself a favor. Ban that person. That was gonna turn into a fucking nightmare later on. That was gonna turn into a huge argument at some point. So we're just going to go ahead and get rid of that person now. Okay.
Working out themselves.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure. I got to say, I mean, look, if tomorrow there's a peace agreement, okay, and they actually go forward with something where they create a reasonable alternative for the Palestinians in Gaza, if they actually stop what they're doing in the West Bank and get to peace in Lebanon, that may change it. I don't see that happening, which is why I give you the answer I gave. But again, this notion that somehow there's a liberal option on the table, and how could we possibly support the illiberal state of Israel? What's going to come in there, okay, that's going to be liberal? Well, now, I'm with you on the taxpayer dollar piece.
You mentioned Rahm Emanuel's speech. You said you associate yourself. Yeah. If memory serves, he supports banking sanctions on Israel. We sanctioned at the time South Africa. You support that?
I am one of the...
Have you not seen this? No, it came out a few days ago. Well, I mean, you know that. But when I saw that it dropped, I saved it. I was trying to save it so I could watch it on stream with you guys. But no, I have not seen this yet. I have avoided it. I've heard like a lot of people comment and talk about this interview and how good, how interesting it was. But first time watching it. I'm trying to do that more now. I used to not do that. I used to, whenever I would see something interesting get posted, I would just watch it, right there on the spot. But I'm trying to get better at saving stuff for stream. So we actually have stuff to go over and look at. Okay, all good. No spoilers then. Indeed, no spoilers. Don't spoil anything. We're only like roughly halfway through. But again, this guy's he's doing pretty well right now. I think like the answer he just gave to that was probably the best answer he could have given. Again, like I don't want to tear this guy down at all. I really don't. I have no interest in tearing this guy down. Like he's giving good answers to stuff. Everything he's saying makes sense, but I just don't know why. Dem politicians keep showing up on this show, man. It's just, you're not going to be able to engage. You're not going to be able to engage with her the way you want to. It's so clear. It's so clear. Just wait, he hasn't been pressed. Well, yeah, I could tell that. That's what I'm saying. He's giving the correct answers to, how do I phrase this? He's like preempting the lines of attack that it's very clear that she's about to go down. Right? She'll ask a question and it's very, very obvious where she's trying to go. It's very clear the clip she's trying to farm off of him. And the answers he's giving are very good to like preempt what she's trying to do, right? With the whole tax, like, where she was like, well, I just don't see why taxpayer dollars should be going to this. And immediately he's like, yeah, hell yeah, I agree with you. I don't think taxpayer dollars should be going towards this either. That's why I voted for Massey's amendment to stop it. Like, he's doing a good job at like preempting all this stuff. And it's not even, I would actually say it's probably not even so much that he's like trying to preempt what she's trying to do. It's more so that like those are just his actual fucking positions. I mean, he did literally vote for the Massey amendment, right? So, seems like that's just his actual positions. It seems like his positions are just negating the lines of attack she's trying to go down. But I mean, I presume at some point I figured he'd get pressed harder later on because of the way people are talking about this interview. People are talking about this interview in the way like, oh my God, nobody, no Dem politician has ever handled themselves so well on Crystal's show before. And from so far from what I've seen, I would agree with that characterization, but there's nothing that I've seen so far that would justify the way people are talking about this interview, I don't think. So I assume that comes later. If my air fryer, I fuck with my air fryer NPS 5. That's an interesting name. What's up, man? Quite lazy. What's up? All right.
Original co-sponsors of it's the West Bank Violence Prevention Act, which sanctions Israel for what they're doing in the West Bank. Yes, absolutely. It's wrong. It shouldn't be done. Yes, we should sanction them. We should specifically sanction Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who are advocating so much of this. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to some of these broader disagreements. And I guess a good transition into that is, how much do you think the question of the relationship with Israel-Palestine is serving as a litmus test in Democratic primaries? From my perspective, it's been very important because it serves as a proxy for kind of a host of other issues and concerns that the Democratic base has with the Democratic Party at this point. But I'm curious your perspective on how important that has become and the reason why you think it has become an important issue.
It's becoming more important. It's not the most important issue. The most important issue, it's not even close to the most important issue in these primaries. The most important issue that is driving the anti-establishment feelings in the primaries is two things. Number one, the belief that we have not effectively fought Trump. Okay, when you look at what really drives these people, yes, Israel's part of it, but it's also going after, you were part of the establishment, how come you didn't beat Trump? Now, I have a complaint here, and that is that a lot of the policies of the DSA and the left, open borders, defund the police, the idea that you can't possibly spend enough government money, identity politics, a lot of those things are what gave Trump his power. And part of the reason those of us in the establishment struggled to beat Donald Trump.
I'm not even gonna, I don't even want to do it. I will say, just briefly, his characterization of those issues. I take some issue with his characterization of those issues. The reason, okay, quickly, we'll do this. His like think of like, okay, well, these are some of the policies of the left and the DSA types that are making us look bad, and then he lists out a couple of positions that are bad and stupid. However, they are certain policies that he mentioned don't go together. Like, you'll never find them. You will never find a socialist that cares about identity politics issues. You'll never find that. They don't exist. Like a true socialist, by the way. You'll have some like there's fucking infinite progressives. There's infinite progressives that where like identity politics is a big thing for them. You will never fucking find a true, like, an actual socialist that cares at all about identity politics stuff. It's like antithetical to their entire. If you believe that every single issue in society is necessarily created by class disparity, then definitionally, you're not going to give a solitary fuck about issues that arise from racial disparities, right? If the framework that you exist in is class is the singular issue, like class disparity is the singular thing that is creating all of the problems we face day to day, then acknowledging or caring about issues that are definitionally created by racial disparities or gender disparities or XYZ disparities, anything other than class, you're just not going to give a fuck. Definitionally, right? But he puts those two in the same bucket, which it's really not a big deal, but it says a little bit about like the kind of lack of understanding of what you're really facing. You know what I mean? If you think that like socialist positions and identity politics positions are coming from the same type of person, if the complaints about those two things are coming from the same types of people, to me that reads as like, oh, I don't think you actually understand what you're up against. I don't think you actually. I start to have doubts that you understand what you're facing. That's all I'm saying. I start to feel a little bit of that. He might say some shit in the future that negates that concern from me on my end. 0 candidates backed by DSA have ran on anything he has said, which is funny. What did he say? Actually, hold up. I don't remember what he said.
The idea that you can't possibly spend enough government money, identity politics, a lot of those things are what gave Israel's part of it, but it's also going after, you were part of the establishment, how come you didn't beat Trump? Now I have a complaint here, and that is that a lot of the policies of the DSA and the left, open borders, defund the police, the idea that you can't possibly spend enough government money, identity politics, a lot of those things are what gave Trump his power. And part of
okay, I see what you're saying. I also see what he's saying. I think this is I think this is a miscommunication issue. I don't think he said that in the best way he could have, and I don't think that you're understanding what he was. I don't think you're understanding the point he was trying to make. But also, I don't blame you because I don't think he said that in the best way. I don't think he was trying to claim there. He said the policies of the DSA and the left. I don't think that what he means when he says that. Maybe he does. Maybe I'm just wrong here. But when I hear that, I don't necessarily immediately think, oh, he's saying that there's DSA candidates that are explicitly running on this policy platform, defund the police, open borders policy platform. Because I would also agree with you. I mean, again, this is another issue where I just could be wrong because I could be just missing somebody that has run somewhere and won a primary somewhere. But I don't think I've heard any primary winners or even people that were like competitive in primaries across the country that have run on explicitly, we got to defund the police. Explicitly, we need to have open borders. Explicitly, X, Y, or Z, right? Like the things he mentioned. I don't think I've heard that either, but I also don't think that's what he's getting at. I think more so he's kind of like hinting at this idea that these are the policy positions that he just put forward, other than defund the police, because there was a time in our recent history, our recent memory, in which defund the police was the idea of defunding the police was a big thing that there were a lot of people on the left pushing for. Sure. So other than that one, but the other ones, these aren't necessarily things you hear candidates running on. They're just not. I don't think I've heard any in my own experience. There could be one that I just didn't see or missed, but I haven't heard any candidates running on these particular explicit suggestions. However, that unfortunately fails to mean a whole lot when you end up in situations where Republicans will put these policies in your mouth because they do that. That's their favorite thing to do. They love it. They'll find like one fucking fringe ass fucking 20-year-old on TikTok that says that those ideas are good. And that's what they'll be running on Fox News for the next week. It's unfortunate and annoying and cringe as fuck that they do it, but they do it. And then what you would expect or what you would hope to see is like like a shitload of Democrat politicians, like when asked, coming out and being like, yeah, all of that is dumb as fuck. Like that kid, what a crazy guy. What a fucking idiot. No, those policies are stupid. We're not doing any of that shit. It's dumb. But you don't really see that, unfortunately. I don't see much of it. Unfortunately, there are far too many Democrat politicians that just like they get these policy prescriptions kind of put into their mouth by Republicans, and then they just kind of like leave them there. They don't explicitly come out and be like, no, absolutely the fuck not. I don't believe in that. It's dumb. Which unfortunately it's just a function of the absolute fuckery of our current media environment. It sucks. It just sucks. This is like the number one thing we need to do something about, but unfortunately I just don't see any positive progress being made in that direction of fixing the current media environment. But it is just a function of our media environment. Whenever Republicans put these fucking positions in your mouth, and they will keep doing it, the most important thing you can do is come out and say, actually, all of that is dumb, and I don't believe in any of it. But you just don't see enough of that. And I think that's kind of the feeling that that's the feeling he's trying to invoke here. Is like, well, unfortunately, you have these motherfuckers that just kind of let these positions stay in the zeitgeist by not condemning them. Whereas he's probably, I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know fucking anything about this dude at all. My guess is, based on the way he said that he is probably one of the people that are out there fighting against those kind of characterizations of his policies. If someone were to say like, this guy wants to defund the police, he'd probably be the first person to stand up and be like, absolutely the fuck not. I absolutely don't want to do that. It's stupid. I've never said that, and I never will. That would be my guess. And whereas you have other Dem politicians that'll just kind of like let that percolate, just kind of let it sit there and not come out and say anything. I think that's kind of what he's hinting at.
The reason those of us in the establishment struggled to beat Donald Trump is we were having to defend policies like open borders, okay? And Trump walked right into that, all right? So the notion that it's just the establishment that led to Trump losing, I think is a mistake.
Yeah. He's not wrong about that, though. We were, unfortunately, I think he's not wrong about like the factual reality, about like what he's saying happened. We did have to spend an unfucking believable amount of time fighting against characterizations of left-wing policies that just were not true. The difference being between like what he's actually saying and what actually happened was that I think he is maybe like putting a little bit too much of that blame on like super fringe far left people. They're like, they're the reason we had to do all this. I don't think that that's I don't think that that's the best diagnosis of the problem. I think the people that he's referencing here, they feed into the problem a little bit, but they're not the main source of the problem. What realistically happens, what he's saying happens here is that you'll have like super fringe people espousing really dumb positions, and then the more moderate people have to defend against those really dumb positions. And then we spend all of our time doing that and none of our time doing anything else, and then it makes it really fucking hard to win elections. And he's not wrong about that, but the part he's crucially missing is that, yes, there are like super far left fringe people that don't really have any power in the actual government that will say dumbass shit and will espouse stupid ass policies, but that alone wouldn't be enough to make the American people think that those are the policy positions of the average Democrat. What makes the average American think that those are the policy positions of the average Democrat is Republican media. Fox News, the fucking absolute army of right-wing grifters on TikTok and Twitter and fucking X, Y, and Z platform. Name the platform. They're there. Those are the fuckers that cause the problem. Those people are the reason we have to defend against positions we don't even fucking hold. Is because some like I said earlier, I'll use the same example. Some fucking 20-year-old TikToker will say, fucking, we should have open borders. And then the next thing you see is that fucking TikTok being played for a week straight on Fox News. That's the source of the problem. That's the shit that needs to be fixed or needs to be combated, or need to do something about it. It's not really like, it's not the people themselves that cause the issue, the people that do have those positions, because they don't have any power. Who cares? It's the fucking bitch-ass Republicans in the media that will lie and tell you, the average American, that that's what every single Democrat believes. And the reason I was talking earlier about like Democrats, a lot of Democrats having the issue of like not fighting against those characterizations hard enough is because if you are a Democrat in Congress and the Republicans are saying that those types of things about you, this is what all Democrats believe, and you just don't say anything, well, then what's the average American supposed to think? The average American's going to see that interaction where you get accused of believing a certain crazy thing, and then you just don't say anything about it. The average American's going to look at that interaction and say, like, oh, well, I guess they do believe that. Because I didn't say that they don't, so that must be what they believe. So I think, realistically, this isn't as hard of a problem to fix as people want to make it out to be. I think just more Dems need to push back against those ideas and just, like, make it super fucking clear that they don't think that. Like, shouldn't be that hard. Unfortunately, it just doesn't happen. It's cringe. Don't like it. What's up? How's it going, McLevin? How you doing?
Placed
Can
back.
we pause there for 1 second? Go ahead, get to your critique.
And I also think that the establishment Democratic Party, I mean, the whole Joe Biden thing, nominating, even thinking about nominating Joe Biden in
because of his age.
Well, because he couldn't, I don't care how old he is, he just couldn't speak. Okay, yeah. He couldn't communicate clearly.
Yeah.
Whether that was because he was old or because he couldn't communicate clearly, it had the same effect. And then the second big issue is income inequality.
That's fair.
It is absolutely true that whoever has been governing for the last...
That was actually like, as criticisms of Biden go, that was a pretty fair one. Usually when I hear Democrats attacking Biden in the Trump era, like now, it's a lot, like, the criticism's a lot less accurate than that. Usually the criticisms I hear of Biden are fucking ridiculous. But that was fair. I think that felt like a pretty fair criticism. Yeah. It's like, and she actually tried to make it an age thing. She's like, well, what, because he was old? Well, it's like, not really. Like, whether or not he could, whether or not he was 100 or 45, doesn't really matter. Anytime you have a person that is struggling that severely to communicate with the public, that's never going to be workable. That's just doesn't work. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. He could have been a 45-year-old, or he could have been 120 years old. He could have been the world's oldest person. Wouldn't have really mattered. The age, the number didn't change anything. It's just he couldn't fucking communicate, and that was, that's what matters. And he couldn't do it, and so he was fucked. And so nominating him, especially for the second, holy fuck. I mean, obviously nominating him for the first term wasn't a bad idea because the motherfucker won. So obviously, but not even even considering that he would run for a second term was probably just a fucking awful idea. That never should have. 1 year into his presidency, by it's funny. He took office in January of 2020 or of January of 2021, right? And I would argue that by January of 2022, by one full year of him being the president later, it should have been it should have been ubiquitously known that Biden couldn't possibly be the nominee for 24. I think I would say that. I think by 1 year into his presidency, I think basically we should have all been well aware and all accepting of the fact that it's okay, well, it's not going to be Biden. It can't be Biden. And when I say everyone, I mean the problem is that everyone includes himself, Biden, Joe Biden, right? That was the fundamental problem of that election, is that by the time it came time to solidify who our nominee was going to be, there were, people try to rewrite this history for some reason, there were a shitload of people that were in the exact mindset that I just described. There were a shitload of people that were just well, it can't be Biden, so who's it going to be? So obviously not going to be him. The motherfucker, he's deteriorating a little bit, He's a little bit's being generous. He's deteriorating, man. It can't be him. So who's it going to be? There was a lot of people that were in that exact mindset. The problem is no one matters. The way our system works, nobody matters except for him. He himself has to be the one to recognize that he was not in a position to run again. And unfortunately, fucking fucked us. It fucked us real good. It fucked us right in the ass. The unfortunate thing is the last person to recognize that Biden can't be the nominee or couldn't be the nominee was Biden himself. That's what fucked us. So he just gave the most generous criticism of Biden, but I think even his identification of the problem is a little bit incorrect here. It's wow, we all should have known that he couldn't run again. Well, I think we kind of did. At the time, a lot of people were saying that. It seemed like the mainstream opinion that this motherfucker can't run anymore. Okay, it's over for him. Unfortunately, he just didn't get that fucking message until it was far too late.
Last 20 or 30 years hasn't done enough to create opportunities for enough people.
Yeah.
Those two issues, I think, really drove the feeling of let's try something different. Now, the question is whether or not the DSA agenda.
Biden was, whatever that word is, to step down. I mean, he should have stepped down so much earlier. Is the point I'm making, right? He needed to have stepped down quite a bit earlier than he actually did. He said he would. That's why he ran to beat Trump. He said he would. That's why he ran to beat Trump. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to say, but I think we agree. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Point being, it was great. The first term he won. Obviously, he was a good enough candidate to fucking run because he won. So obviously, but then I think it's so unfortunate that he himself didn't recognize until way the fuck too late that he needed to step the fuck down, and by the time he realized it we were fucked.
Also,
I do want to say, obviously I'm the one saying it, so I obviously agree with everything I just said. I do think everything I just said is true. I think he did realize way too late that he couldn't run. I think it was way too late that he realized that he shouldn't be the nominee for 24. I think he should have stepped down way sooner. However, when I say that he should have stepped down way sooner and let someone else, we should have been able to go through the process and get a proper nominee, and give that nominee proper time to campaign. I agree with that. However, I don't necessarily believe that would have changed anything. Unfortunately, I think there is just a really fucking solid chance that we were from day one fucked in 2024. Unfortunately, if for no other reason than just COVID. I mean, fucking incumbents, the incumbent leadership, basically in every fucking nation on planet Earth, got wiped in their post-COVID elections. for good reason, right? Most people, the vast, and I'm talking like 95 fucking percent of the population of any country is not really going to be paying attention to the causes and effects of things that they're feeling in their day-to-day lives, right? Like most people are when they're paying higher prices for, you know, the everyday goods that they need, they are going to struggle to accurately identify the cause of that effect. The effect is I'm paying more fucking money. That's the effect. I'm paying money that I wasn't paying before. That's the effect. But most people are going to really, really struggle deeply to properly identify the cause of that. The easy thing, that's hard, by the way. I'm not trying to dunk on people too hard. Maybe I am a little bit, but I'm not like totally shitting on just the average person when I say that. It's just reality. Because I'll be the first person to recognize it is hard. You have to fucking be a little bit of a nerd. You have to be a little bit of a fucking loser to keep up with all this shit, man. It's a lot. Okay, it just is. So I'll be the first person to recognize it is really fucking hard to keep up with enough stuff to where you can accurately identify the causes of the effects that you're feeling in your life. But you know it's not hard when something bad happens to you, when prices are going up and you're struggling to pay your bills. You know it's not hard at all. Blame the person in charge. That's the easiest thing in the world. That's a walk in the park. It's literally the most low effort thing you can do is to just say, my life sucks. Biden's fault. My life sucks. Trump's fault. My life sucks. It's, say if you live in Florida, it's DeSantis's fault. If I live in Virginia, right? It's Spanberger's fault. Just say, it's really fucking easy when things aren't going your way to just blame, whoever's in charge. Very easy. And so my guess would be, again, I can't see the future. I can't see alternate realities. But whilst I absolutely agree, Biden took too long to drop out. Should have been way sooner. I can't say with confidence that it would have changed anything. Probably wouldn't have. Whoever did run probably was still going to lose because motherfuckers were pissed. People were struggling. COVID fucked up the entire planet's economy. Everyone was on the struggle bus. And I think whoever was in charge was going to be punished for that reality, regardless of whose fault it actually was or what actually caused it or blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. Whoever was in charge was going to get the boot because motherfuckers were pissed. So I agree that Biden fucked up. However, I do not mean that to say, or I don't say that to mean that anything would have been different if he had made all the right decisions. It would have been better if he made all the right decisions.
Is actually going to achieve either of those objectives. Is that what's going to help us defeat Trump and MAGA? Is that what is going to build a more broad-based economic thing? But this is where I am very sympathetic with the DSA. I'm an economic populist. All right, I think we should rewrite the tax code to actually tax rich people. I've been working with a woman, Ray Madoff. She's a professor at Boston College who wrote a book about how we built our tax code so that investors don't ever pay taxes. Let's change that. Okay, I'm very pro-union. Stock buybacks. Why do we have stock buybacks? They didn't exist prior to 1982.
Yep.
So obviously corporations can exist without them. On that agenda, I'm there. Part of the problem I have with the broader agenda is you can't have free stuff for everybody all the time. And another message that the left gave us in the last 10 years was that deficits and debts don't matter. Are you familiar with modern monetary theory?
Of course.
Yeah. It's absurd. The idea that we just spend as much money as possible is not a problem. Now, I want to tax people. I want a better social welfare state. But to argue that we can have a better social welfare state because the debt doesn't matter undermines the credibility of that argument.
I think with the decline of the U.S. dollar and potential risking of the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency, it's something we have to think more about now. But here's
that's the understatement of the morning, by the way. But
let me drill down a little bit on a few things you've said. So you've argued both from most of your argument against the DSA thus far, I think you could characterize as an electability argument.
No. It's bad policy.
Okay, so
I don't think having unlimited immigration is sustainable. I don't think getting rid of the criminal justice system is a smart way to govern. It's not just electability.
So here's a question I have for you. So back in 2018, you worked together with Pramila Jayapal on a bill to abolish ICE, which is a key demand.
I worked with her on it. Here's what the bill did. Okay,
well,
it's a slogan.
We have an article here from the Seattle Times, your local paper. U.S. Reps Pramila Jayapal and Adam Smith aim to abolish ICE, restructure immigration enforcement.
Exactly.
You were one of the Democrats actually who was in office when you voted for
Can I tell you what this actually does? So we can have an intelligent conversation.
Well, number one, do you still support this?
Yeah. Let me tell you what it does.
Okay, but do you still support
that? Doesn't help anything because what is this? Can I?
Yeah, of course. But first, do you still support it? You can explain more in detail what it is.
Let me tell you what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
When we created.
Why does he have to fight that hard? Why does he have to fight that hard to just get her to let him say what the bill was that he wrote? Right? I feel like that should be step one. And that this is again, I'm gonna sound like a fucking broken record. I'm gonna come all the way back to what I was saying earlier. This is why this was never gonna be the type of conversation you wanted it to be, Mr. Smith. This conversation was never gonna go the direction you wanted it to go when you walked in here. The fact that you actually have to fight her that hard to just get her to let you explain what the bill was, rather than think about what she was trying to do there. Like, she wanted to get him to agree to all of the like base level intuitions that you have when you just read that headline. Highlight the headline of, you know, Dems proposed bill to abolish ICE. She wanted you to just flat out agree to all of the intuitions a reader would have when they read that headline, which, from where I'm sitting, when I read that headline, when I think of abolishing ICE, now I'm going to be so fucking clear when I say this, and if anybody in chat fights me or tries to say that I said otherwise, it's gonna be an insta ban. Not even gonna think about it. Insta ban. I understand that when most people say abolish ICE, they're not saying that they don't want any immigration enforcement. Okay? I understand that when most people say they want to abolish ICE, what they're saying is that the actual agency of ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is corrupted beyond repair, and it can't be reformed, it can't be fixed, so it itself has to go. And the immigration enforcement part can be done by someone else. Anyone else, just not fucking them, because they're fucked. That's what most people mean, and I get that. But what I just said, the very fact that you're either in this stream or watching this video, or the fact that you'd be watching this interview, is indicative of the fact that you are more politically attuned, more plugged in than the average American. Okay? That's why you think that. When you hear defund or abolish ICE, you think, oh, they're just saying that the person saying that they want to get rid of the agency ICE, and they want to move the immigration enforcement part of what ICE does somewhere else, somewhere that's not as corrupted and not as fucked as what ICE currently is. That's what you hear, because you're more plugged in than the average American. But what the average American hears when they hear abolish ICE is, oh, this person, this politician, this crazy guy, what they want is no immigration enforcement, whatever, or no immigration enforcement whatsoever. What they want is open borders. That's what the average American hears. Okay? And so Crystal, when she's trying to get him to just agree to the headline, like, this is the headline, this is the bill you proposed that would abolish ICE. Do you agree with it? Do you agree with it? Do you agree with it? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? When she's doing that, she's trying to get him to agree to something that the average American is going to view as fucking brain dead. And he knows that. And so he's like, whoa. Let me tell you what the bill actually does first. Why else would he be like pushing so hard to not say yes or no that he agrees to the bill before he explains? That's why he's pushing so hard for that. Why he's saying, like, no. I'm not going to say yes or no until I explain to you, and more importantly, to the motherfucking audience, what the bill was actually going to do. Because he doesn't want to just say, yes, I agree with that. And then that's what gets clipped. That's what goes around. That's what everybody thinks now. Everyone now thinks that he believes the average American interpretation of abolish ICE, which is no immigration enforcement. But for some fucking reason, we all know what it is. But for some reason, she just wants him to get to, or just agree to the headline and then fuck off. And he's just like, no, I'm absolutely not going to do that. All of this is just to say, long-winded way of saying, this comes back to my original point. This interview was not designed to do what this guy wants to be doing, which is just intelligently discussing the legislation, intelligently discussing the issues of the day, and what are possible solutions to them, and what are we working on in Congress, blah, blah. That's what he wants to do. He just wants to have a substantive conversation. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. That's what he wants. He wants to clip farm his ass. Okay. That's it. I've said it. I mean, like, I feel weird saying it again, because I think I've said it like 6 times throughout watching this. But that's what's happening here. And unfortunately, this is just gonna continue to happen until people in Congress, because it seems to be, I think everyone needs to recognize this, but it seems to be the congressmen that keep getting fucked this way. So I'll just say, until people in Congress recognize that that's the dynamic at play here, that they think they're coming into a substantive interview, until they recognize that that's not what's happening here, and that will never be what's happening here, this is just going to keep happening. You're just going to keep having issues. Like, look how hard she's trying to fucking clip farm him right now. She's trying to trap him so hard, and he has to spend, I don't know, however much time it is. It was probably only like 10 seconds, but it's 10 seconds too long. He has to spend that. Why should he have to fight just to get her to let him explain what the bill that he wrote was gonna do? That shouldn't be a fight. That should be the question. Quite frankly, I don't know why that took so long to pop into my brain, but it's not even that he shouldn't have to fight her to get the time to explain the bill he wrote. That should be the question she's asking. Is like, hey, you wrote this bill. Can you tell me what it was gonna do? What it's supposed to do? What you were trying to get it to do? Could you explain that to me? But instead, it's just like, oh, you wrote a bill to abolish ICE. Do you still agree with that? Yes or no? 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 Shut the fuck up. The question should be, this is the bill. Can you please explain to me what it does and what you were thinking when you wrote it?
The Department of Homeland Security. We took immigration enforcement away from the Justice Department and we put it into DHS and created ICE.
Correct.
What this does is it puts immigration enforcement back at the Justice Department.
And gets rid of ICE.
Right. Well, it gets rid of, but
that's my position too.
But
we're on the same page here.
Yes, but it doesn't get rid of immigration enforcement.
Okay. So hold on, let me hold you to account again.
Yeah.
Tell me which candidates specifically.
I pre-watched, by the way. Bro, exactly. She wanted him to agree to the headline version of that. He didn't want to because he rightfully understands that the average person will think that what he means is that we won't have any more immigration enforcement. He rightfully recognizes that that's what the average person will think when they hear that. And so he didn't want to agree to that. He wanted to explain it first and then say like this is what it was gonna do. It was gonna just put immigration enforcement back at the DOJ. But like all she wants to do is it's so fucking cringe, bro. All she wants to do is harp on the no more ICE part of it. But it's like that's the least important part of the entire thing. That's the least important part. Like, yeah, obviously the organization known as, or the government agency known as ICE would be gone, obviously, because they would have nothing left to do. Because the point is to take the power that they have, or the directive. I don't know if the mission, I guess, I don't know, whatever, you get what I'm saying. Like, take the mission that they have, the purpose that they serve, and put it elsewhere. So obviously, then they would be gone. Because the fuck else are they gonna? I mean, that's their whole thing. If you take away their whole thing, then they are moot. So get rid of them. But that's all she wants to focus on. It's just a headline, bro. It's a clip farm. She's clip farming. Fucking cringe.
Not a policy paper that there theoretically says which candidates have said we should get rid of all immigration enforcement.
I forget the name. The woman who beat Andrew Espelot absolutely 100% said it.
Chevalier.
Yeah.
So you have one candidate who said that. Do you think that? Do you think that her views should be associated with everyone under the DSA label, or do you think that each person should be evaluated individually?
Many conversations with many immigration advocates, and I always ask them. And look, I'm in favor of a robust immigration system. I think what immigration enforcement is doing right now is an absolute crime. Okay, and it should be limited. I think we should go back to the Justice Department. That's what I said.
And you still support the bill that you put forward.
Absolutely.
So you support abolishing ICE.
But abolishing ICE is just a rhetorical.
You don't like the label, but you support it, right?
But the problem is it means different things to different people. Okay, if you're talking about, no, let's go back to a Justice Department enforcement mechanism, that's fine. But there are a lot more people who support eliminating enforcement. And let me tell you the question I always, let me tell you the question I always ask and the answer I always get from dozens of different immigration advocacy groups. I said, look, in order for this to work, you have to be able to tell me who would you deport and who wouldn't you let into the country. And they literally never answer that
Are
question.
they in Congress?
They are advocacy groups.
Here's my other question for you is, you want to take the most extreme positions that you can find in the DSA platform, or that let me finish my question, please. That one candidate, Daria-Lisa Chevalier, who I agree has positions that I think can legitimately be characterized as radical, right? You want to take those positions and you want to tar an entire group of candidates with them.
Well, let me ask you
this. Aren't you effectively doing the work of the Republicans there?
Yes,
by saying
that's
all these people, they're all so crazy. They don't want any enforcement, they don't want any police, they don't want any borders,
let me consolidate for you. Do you think, all right, you've done your thing, let me do my thing.
They could easily characterize.
I don't understand how I think she actually, unironically, there's a time in which I would have said, my characterization of Crystal Ball would have been this. She's a really smart person who acts in bad faith, who engages in bad faith for whatever fucking purpose. I mean, who knows? It could be just money. It could be something ideological. I don't know. But that would have been the characterization previously. There was a time, for sure, where I would have said, yes, smart person acting in bad faith. I don't think that's my characterization of her anymore. I think she might just be fucking dumb. Quite frankly, I think she might just be dumb. I don't understand how she's not understanding the point he's making here. I think the point he's making is unbearably clear. Like, she's trying to make it all about him. What she's trying to pin on him is this notion that he is taking a radical idea or a radical notion of what abolish ICE means to some people. And then they gave one candidate as an example, a person who when they say abolish ICE, what they mean is no more immigration enforcement. So what she's trying to say is what you're trying to do is take one person and then paint everyone who says abolish ICE with that brush, or paint them with that idea. You're trying to conflate this notion that when people say abolish ICE, that what they mean is no more immigration enforcement. That's what she's trying to do. And then here he's on the other side saying, no. What I'm saying is, here's an example of someone saying abolish ICE, and then what they mean is no more immigration enforcement. And so when you ask me if I agree with abolish ICE, the reason I'm not just saying yes or no, and the reason I want to explain in more detail what I really mean, is because here's an example of a person who means something very different when they say abolish ICE than what I mean if I were to say it. If I were to say abolish ICE, I mean get rid of the organization and then take their mission and give it to a different agency. That's what I would mean if I said it. But then you look over here and we see this lady over here. When she says it, she means no more immigration enforcement at all. And so that's why I don't think that it's appropriate to just say abolish ICE and then move on. I think that it's more, it would be more appropriate for me to actually explain my whole position. That's what he's trying. That's the point. That's what he's saying. That is exactly what he's saying. And then she's getting mad at him for it. She's getting pissed off. Like, well, why can't you just say abolish ICE? Because yes, okay, sure. There's some people that say abolish ICE and they mean no more immigration enforcement at all, but they're fringe. They're the minority. There's only a few of those people out there. Okay. So fucking what, Crystal? The fact that they exist at all should tell you, the fact that there are people that when they say abolish ICE, they mean something drastically different than what he means, should tell you that it actually is a justifiable position to say that I don't want to just have all my positions characterized by slogans. I want to just tell you what I believe in full, in a more substantive manner. But again, fuck me if I don't say it 100 times. We only have a couple more. What do we have left in this video? We have 14-ish minutes left, and I probably will end up saying this like 3 more times in the next 14 minutes. The reason this interaction is going the way it is, the reason it's playing out the way it is because these two people are not sitting at this table for the same purpose. One of them, Adam Smith, is sitting here to have a substantive policy discussion. And Crystal Ball is sitting here to clip farm Adam Smith. So of course they're talking past each other. Of course they're misinterpreting each other because they're not here to do the same thing. So when he says, well, I don't want to just agree to a slogan. I want to tell you my whole position. And she goes, why? Why won't you just agree to the slogan? Because, the people that mean the bad thing when they say the slogan, they're a minority. So just fucking agree to the slogan. You guys aren't here to do the same thing. That's why you're having this problem right now in the discussion. She's just here to clip farm you, bro. You need to recognize that. And actually, to be fair, to give him credit, I think part of the reason that he is doing better than the politicians that have gone on Crystal's show before him, the reason he's doing better than I don't remember all of them, like Slotkin, right? The reason he's doing better than the politicians that have been on the show previously to him is because actually, from what I've seen so far, I do think that he recognizes that. And I do think that that's the reason he's not agreeing to anything. He's not agreeing to any like fucking sloganeering type shit. The reason he's consistently, you can see throughout this 30 minutes deep, throughout every single topic they have hit, he has fought with her for her to get, he's fought to make her give him the time to explain in detail what his true policy position is. He has not agreed to any slogans. He has not agreed to any like one sentence fucking summaries of what he believes. Every single time like a different issue comes up, he fights with her in order to force her to give him the time to explain the breadth of his position. And I think I think the reason he's doing that is because he recognizes that she is attempting to clip farm him, and he's trying to not let it happen. And so I give him a lot of credit for that.
Your abolish ICE position as just as crazy and radical as Daria Liza.
But my, I can't because it's the justice.
I'm
not saying they're also crazy.
They don't want any borders.
Let me consolidate for you. Do you think? All right, you've done your thing. Let me do my thing.
They could easily characterize your abolish ICE position as just as crazy and radical as Daria Liza.
But my.
What? So remember a couple minutes ago when I said like I used to think she was a smart person acting in bad faith, and now I think she's just kind of fucking stupid. I kind of just think she's dumb. No, No, you could no. You unfortunately for you, no, Crystal. Nobody could interpret his abolish ICE position to be just as radical as her abolish ICE position. No, that is untrue, and trivially so. Fucking Jesus.
I can't because it's the Justice
Even he has. So it's funny too because that a moment just like that is like one of the primary things that Slotkin got shit on. If you remember the Slotkin Breaking Points interview, she got shit on pretty heavily for having a similar reaction to one of Crystal's questions to that. I don't remember exactly what the question was, but there was a moment where Crystal asked like an exceptionally stupid question, and the camera cuts back to Slotkin, and she's just like doing, kind of like the what the fuck face, and she got fucking shit on for doing that. I don't know why. I thought it was funny. But then he does it too. He's like, they could characterize your position as just as radical. She's like, what the fuck? No. Good times, good memes.
Going forward, let me ask you this: Joe Biden, his policy. Okay.
Hey. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic and deal with this. Someone was walking their dog outside. They got upset about it, unfortunately.
So not just one person in a platform, whatever. Do you think his policy was too lax in terms of border security?
I don't, but I acknowledge that politically that helped fuel the rise of the return of Donald Trump. So let me say
that is something that's widely supported.
But hold on a second. Which wing of the Democratic Party does Joe Biden come from? He doesn't come from the DSA left, does he? He comes from the establishment. And so to go back to one of the original,
wherever he comes from, how did he govern?
Well, he funded the genocide, so he governed in a lot of right-wing ways. But to go back to your original point about electability, I think it's very hard.
I never made a point about electability.
You did. You said that you thought that these positions, if you listen to your original answer, you said you thought these positions with the DSA were part of what brought back Donald Trump.
Fair enough, yes. But there's also policy concerns. But
okay, but on the electability point, how can you argue that your camp within the Democratic Party has a lot of credence when it comes to electability when
I argue the exact opposite. I'm with you.
When Hillary Clinton loses to Trump, Biden wins by adopting some left-wing views, then loses to Trump. It was the establishment that...
What? Biden wins by adopting some left-wing views. Biden was, without a fucking shadow of a doubt, the most moderate candidate in that fucking primary. What are we talking about, Crystal? What are we doing? Bro, they do this with every issue, with every single topic. This is the strategy with every single topic. Anytime a good result happens, it was because of progressives. Anything that's ever gone right in the history of America, progressives caused the good thing to happen. And every single time a bad thing happens, moderates cause the bad thing. Every time. This is without fail. And they will fucking twist themselves into knots to try to justify that position. Oh, man. Hillary lost. Wait, hold on. Let's just fucking walk it all the way back. Actually, I was going to just go in on the Biden thing, but I just kind of realized she said some dumbass shit before that, too. Hillary lost because she was moderate. That caused the loss, even though Hillary got 3 million more fucking votes than Trump did. She won the popular vote by a fair margin. Okay. Realistically, Hillary lost because the electoral college system kind of fucked her. The electoral college system is pretty much designed in such a way where Republicans will always disproportionately benefit from it. And that's why she actually lost. Okay. She won that election in terms of the popular vote by a fair margin. Okay. So Hillary lost because she's too moderate, even though she won the popular vote. Biden then adopted some left-wing views, won the election, and then governed as a moderate, and then that caused him to lose. That's the argument she's making. Even though the reality of the situation is Biden ran as the most moderate choice in that primary, won the election, and then governed as the most progressive president the United States has ever had, and then lost because of COVID. They will fucking twist themselves into knots. They will do anything they can possibly do to try to characterize every good thing that has ever occurred as a result of progressives, as a result of the fucking DSA type people. Everything good comes from them, and everything bad comes from moderates, even though motherfucking Biden ran as a moderate and won, and then governed as a progressive and then lost. What are we doing? Now, I'm not as bad faith as Crystal is. I'm not a liar like Crystal is. So I'm not saying that Biden lost because he governed in a progressive manner. Biden lost because the economy of every country on planet Earth was fucked into oblivion from COVID. Biden lost because he was the incumbent when COVID ravaged the world. That's why he lost. Or at least he wasn't the incumbent when COVID started, but Trump also lost because, probably in large part, because of his mismanagement of COVID. And then shit kept getting worse. The economy kept getting worse worldwide, not just here. In fact, we recovered better than literally any other country on planet Earth. But hey, everybody forgets about that, I guess. But the worldwide economy kept getting worse under Biden, as not to any fault of his own. He fucking couldn't do anything about it, and then lost. Point is, I fucking hate these people. Holy shit. Hold on. Take a minute. I can't get over how fucking dishonest this shit is, bro. It's so cringe. This is why, if you've noticed, if you go back and if you like skim through the VOD of every stream I've ever done, you will notice that we've never reacted to a Breaking Points video on stream before. This is the first time I've ever done it. There's a reason. I fucking hate. It's so hard to sit here and listen.
Propped him up, that forced war and sort of a primary. So how could it be the fault of the left
It's not
that
the
we're
fault.
losing?
There's three things. Okay. I always
Oh, I wonder what these are going to be. I feel like, again, not taking anything away. I still agree, even now, that he is performing better than most people have on this show. He's performing better than any politician has so far on Crystal Show. However, I have heard him say enough things that I think are just like incorrect diagnoses of the issue we're facing. I've heard him say enough stuff like that where I actually don't think he has a very good understanding of the problem ahead of us right now. Where when he says there's three things holding Democrats back from, winning elections, I actually don't have a whole lot of confidence that I'm going to agree with any of them. But we'll see. Let's see. What does he think the three problems we're facing are? Actually, I don't think I'm going to agree with these, but we'll see.
Biden wins by adopting some left-wing views, then loses to Trump. It was the establishment that propped him up, that forced war and sort of a primary. So how could it be the fault of the left
It's not
that
the
we're
fault.
losing?
There's three things. Okay. I always say that the fall of the Democratic Party is a tragedy in three acts.
Okay.
Number one,
Okay.
we didn't do enough on the economic issues. And I think that Obama and Clinton get way too much of the blame for that. I think they really tried to get after broader economic issues, certainly the Affordable Care Act, a whole lot of other provisions that were put in there. But we didn't do enough on economic inequality. Number two,
Yeah, actually, I don't really disagree with that. I think the leadership, because the problem is he's saying the Democrat Party as a whole, the whole thing, the whole party writ large. It's hard to disagree with that, right? Because I think the leadership of the parties at the time, like Obama, while he was president, tried really hard, but he did get blocked. He did get blocked by Congress quite a bit. There was a lot of stuff that he wanted to do that he just straight up he had to negotiate away, because of even Democrats in Congress, congressional Democrats. There were enough congressional Democrats that wouldn't go along with exactly what he wanted. Same thing with Biden. Obviously, we know the whole Biden saga, the tomfuckery he had to deal with, from even fucking Democrats. So, yeah, I don't know if I could necessarily disagree with this. I would say the presidents at the time, Obama and Biden, tried to do more than they actually ended up accomplishing. Like, they accomplished, I think, a good amount, both of them, quite a bit. And both of them tried to do more than even what they did accomplish, but they were blocked by Democrats in Congress plenty of times. So the problem is, it's going to be way too hard to disagree with what he's saying here, because he's talking about all Democrats. He's not just saying Obama didn't do enough on economics. He's not just saying Biden didn't do enough. He's saying the whole party, and it's really hard to disagree with, because my counter would always just be, well, like, Biden wanted to do more shit. Obama wanted to do more shit, but they were blocked, and on multiple occasions that blocking did come from Dems. So sure, I guess point one, I'll let him have. I'll let him take that one. Yeah, sure. Next.
left came along and took some positions that weakened us. I'm not blaming one group. Everyone's like, well, you're blaming us. What about them?
Oh, people came along and took some positions that weakened us. I would want some examples on this. Because I just don't know if I really disagree with this. It wasn't elected politicians that were taking untenable positions in most cases. Like, you could find some examples, I guess. Maybe you could go back and find like one fucking crazy member of the House that was screaming fucking defund the police. Maybe. I guess I wouldn't doubt that. But for, like, in large part, it wasn't elected politicians taking the crazier positions. What would happen, I said this earlier, what would happen is you'd have some like fringe fucking young social media influencers that would be, you know, popping off, throwing out crazy, untenable political positions. And then the right-wing media ecosystem would just amplify the living fuck out of those fringe positions. And they would and they would frame it. They still, I shouldn't say would, because would implies past tense, but they to this very fucking day, they're still doing the same shit. And they'll be doing it for the rest of time, theoretically, unless something is done about it. But anyway, so they'll find like fucking social media influencers popping off on, you know, untenable, ridiculous positions. And then they'll amplify. And then once it's been like, once they have it amplified enough, they'll say, look, this is what all Democrats believe. And then most motherfuckers that don't pay attention to politics just go, oh, okay, I guess that's what all the Democrats believe. That's what fucks us. So I don't think I actually agree with this point. Because I think what he's saying here is that it was the doing of Democrat politicians. He's saying some Democrat politicians took crazy positions and fucked the rest of us. I don't really think that's what happened. I don't really think that's what happened. Maybe you could find examples of that in some fringe cases, but writ large, nah. Fucking Republican media did it.
It's like there can be collective responsibility here, okay? It's not an either-or choice. Yes, we didn't do enough in economics, and then some of the positions of the left, and there were a lot of people running around. And when people say abolish ICE, do they mean abolish enforcement, or do they mean change enforcement? Okay, and that's where you get into that difficult issue. We've had criminal justice problems. You know, the defund the police movement did not help us in any way, and it was a thing. Nope. And everyone's, no, we never did that. Okay, and then Joe Biden.
Yeah,
those three things are what led to us. And every time, and I want to bring them all in, but people say, well, if you blame the left, you're just being.
Okay. I also don't agree with point number 3, depending on how he means it. It's ironic because he literally just got done saying, he just got done making the point that when people say abolish ICE, one of the things that's bad is that you don't always know what they mean, which is true. Some people say abolish ICE, and what they mean is that the agency has to go, but the responsibility of immigration enforcement will be moved to another department, maybe the Department of Justice, maybe somewhere else, who knows, maybe a new thing that will make, doesn't matter for this particular point. But some people mean that, and other people mean get rid of ICE, and then no one will do immigration enforcement, and we just won't do immigration enforcement at all. So it's funny that he just got done making a point about how it's not just enough to say abolish ICE, and it's actually kind of dangerous to just say abolish ICE, because when you say something that's simple, when you say something as simple as just abolish ICE, it leaves so much room for interpretation. Because those two things I just described, so different. They're actually completely diametrically opposed. In one case, the United States does immigration enforcement. In the other case, the United States does not do immigration enforcement, right? So they're diametrically opposed positions. That's how much room is left for interpretation when you only say abolish ICE. That's the point he's making, and I agree with it. But then in the very next sentence, he'll say, the third problem that we faced, the third worst thing that happened to us was Joe Biden. Okay, the fuck you mean by that, motherfucker? There's a lot of room for interpretation of what you're saying right now. Because if what you mean is Joe Biden got into office and then got absolutely ass-fucked by worldwide economic conditions, and then mentally deteriorated a fair bit, and then waited way the fuck too long to step down. And that fucked us. If that's what you mean, yeah, I agree, sure. But if you mean Joe Biden getting elected in 2020, winning the 2020 election, that in itself, just the mere fact that he won, fucked us beyond repair, was the third biggest reason for why the Democrat Party is currently in disrepair. Joe Biden's mere election is reason number 3? Nah. That's delusion. You've lost your fucking mind. That's what I would say to that. So it is ironic that he, like, as soon as he's done talking about how important it is to be specific with your opinions rather than just sloganeering, the next thing out of his mouth is sloganeering. He's not specific at all. It leaves way the fuck too much room for interpretation. I don't know. It's just kind of ironic.
Republican. Well, can't we learn as we go?
Well, my problem is not with your. I have my own critiques of the left, right? I think that I actually think the identity politics thing came out of the Hillary Clinton campaign and was a way for the establishment to beat back the rise of the Bernie Sanders left. No doubt the left embraced it. I have been.
You remember what I said earlier about how I don't even know how to characterize Crystal, but none of these like populist. I guess she's just a fucking populist lefty. You remember earlier when I said like none of these popular or populist lefties give one solitary fuck, because he brought up the point of like identity politics was bad for the left writ large. And I think there's ways in which I think that that's a stupid point, and then there's ways in which I completely agree with that point. It just comes down to, ironically, exactly what he was just talking about. Where like I don't think it's enough to just say identity politics bad. Like, well, specifically what? What do we talk when we say that? What do we mean when we say that? Because there are certain policies or certain like ideals that came out of the identity politics era that I think are good and just fine, and then there's some that I think are bad, but you'd have to be specific. Anyway, putting that aside, earlier he brought up that identity politics was bad and that it hurt the left, and the first thing I said was that, well, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to combine like the DSA or to say that like the DSA types brought us identity politics, because the DSA types are the last people on fucking earth that are going to give one solitary fuck about any identity politics issue, any of them. Because if you're again, like I said before, if your entire political ideology rests on the ideal that all of the ills of society are created on the back of class disparities, the very notion that some problems arise from race disparity or gender disparity, that's antithetical to everything you believe. And so you're either gonna not believe any of those things are accurate, or those issues are just not going to matter to you in any way. And so it is funny for Crystal to now, she has a chance here. She's given the opportunity to say, well, hey, I don't want you to think that I think the left is perfect. That's not what I mean. I have my issues with the left too. Like, for instance, I think identity politics was bad. Yeah, of course you do, Crystal. Obviously the fuck you do. You're a left-wing populist. Of course you think I do. Of course, yeah, because you don't think that you think that every fucking problem in society is just a result of class disparity. So of course you don't think that identity politics is a good thing, because if anything, there's no fucking possible issue there's no issue that could arise from race disparity or gender disparity that could possibly fucking matter at all. If it seems like, I just want to here, let me do, before we finish this, I'm just gonna not pause anymore. We're just gonna, or I can't promise that, but I'm gonna try not to pause anymore. We're just gonna ride the rest of this out. So I just want to be done with it. If it seems like as this video has gone on, as we've gotten deeper in, that I've just become less energetic, it's because these people just fucking drain the goddamn life force out of me, man. It's just the absolute lack of substance. It hurts me in my soul. I feel physical pain right now because of the lack of substance that is occurring on my screen. It's cringe. I don't like it. Anyway, so if it feels like I've become less energetic as this has gone on, I have, because the life force has been drained from my fucking body.
Critic of quote unquote woke, although I hate the word at this point, identity politics. That's my my position.
All right. In fact, actually, I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this ride for a little bit. I'll still be listening. But I'm just gonna let this ride. I'm gonna go get another Pepsi Zero. I drank mine. All right, BRB.
I'm a class first leftist. So I have my own critiques here. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying when you caricature an entire wing of the party at this point.
Aren't you caricaturing the entire wing of the centrists and saying that we're like,
no, because I'm not trying to say you have the same views as John Fetterman. I don't think that you do, or Josh Gottheimer for that matter.
And I'm not saying they all have the same views.
You are trying to take the views of, let's say, Daria Eva and the DSA platform and saying this is what the entire DSA coalition stands for.
I'm just saying it's an issue and it's a challenge.
Let me get you to, so I think the most prominent example of socialist governance in the US right now is Zoran Mamdani in New York City. He got asked a question that's very relevant to this conversation about, what about people who are concerned about socialism or concerned about democratic socialism? Let me get you to respond to what he had to say. This is E2.
For all of the fear-mongering around democratic socialism, the best response is to show what it actually means. And what we've shown over the last 6 months is exactly that. We've shown that a city with a democratic socialist vision is one that paves more than 170,000 potholes, 50,000 more than the prior administration by this point. It's a city that has delivered the lowest recorded number of shootings and shooting victims and murders in New York City's history. It is a city that is on a pathway to universal childcare, saving thousands of parents more than $20,000 a year. And it's a city that is doing all of these things while fighting for the people who are often left behind, workers who we've secured more than $10 million for, tenants more than $64 million. These are all indicators of what is so scary to a right wing that has built its entire power and framework on the idea of debating who should be left behind.
So is Zoran's version of socialism a version that you could get on board with, since he's really focused on the affordability pieces that you...
I'm encouraged by what he's doing. And I think that form of trying to get things done. That's the other problem. Is so much of the left, and certainly we experienced this in Seattle, became an academic exercise. They were spending all day long talking about the history of racism, as opposed to going out in the community and saying, these are people who've been discriminated against. Let's get them access to capital so they can start businesses. Let's get them access to capital so they can get homes. Let's do a job, let's do workforce development so they can get jobs. It became an academic exercise about the history of the U.S. and about, are we, just an irreversibly bigoted racist, and that's all interesting. What are we doing to govern effectively? And actually, everything that Mamdani said right there, I'm encouraged. If you govern and focus on getting things done, so-called sewer socialism from back in the day, when you had mayors who were socialists because they were going to go out and work, that's great. As an academic exercise, will you want to explain to me the history of oppression when you say things to me like, well, that person can make that argument because of the power dynamic, and we operate in this weird intellectual world that's got nothing to do with practical problem solving and logic, okay? That's where I have a problem. Michelle Wu up in Boston also, on the left, governing really well. There are other folks who haven't governed so well because they got trapped in this sort of ideological thing where the whole focus was on oppressed and oppression as opposed to actually governing well. So yes, I am encouraged by what I've seen in the last, 6-7 months in Mamdani's term. I'm a working class blue collar kid. I'm in favor of economic populism, and if socialism can work on that level. Now, I think you also have to recognize that private industry has to be part of it. Okay, we have to have businesses that grow. But yeah, I had someone, I was up in New York a month or so ago, and someone said, the problem is we took the guardrails off capitalism. And over the course of the last 50 years, that's what we did. We took the guardrails off capitalism. So let's put those guardrails back on. And if you want to call it socialism, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. But let's govern more effectively.
So let me ask you then. Josh Gottheimer said, if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. It sounds like you don't agree with that.
No, but again, the problem with this is the whole abolish ICE thing. You throw a term out that means 15 different things to 15 different people, and then you're like, do you support this? It's like, well, which one of the 15 versions are you talking about?
I'm not asking you to support it, but he and others have said basically, we don't want these people in the party. We don't want to share the tent with them. And it doesn't sound like you're in that place.
I am not. Now, I think we ought to be able to have a conversation about the issues. I was sick to death, and you did it to me again, when I was trying to say, hey, look, on immigration, we need to show that we are in favor of enforcement. Well, you're just giving me Republican talking points.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
No.
You said something about me like sound like Republican.
No. What I said
why can't
is
we have a conversation about it?
What I said is that when you take the most radical position of one person or from a policy platform and you paint with a broad brush, you're handing Republicans and talking about, oh, this is what these people are. And what I'm saying is,
why, bro? I said I wouldn't pause, but she's proving his fucking point. Yes. If you take the furthest person on the left and go all the way to the furthest person on the right, their position, the way they would handle a certain issue, and you say that everything in between is the exact same, you are painting with too broad of a brush. So what's the solution to that? If you say that they're all the same, what's the solution? What could you possibly do about that? Well, for starters, instead of this position over here, the farthest, the farthest in the middle and the farthest in the left, instead of having them both be referred to by the same colloquial name or the same slogan, aka abolish ICE, instead of having this position be over here be the abolish ICE position, and this one over here be the abolish ICE position, how about you just take a fucking second to explain your true position. Explain what you actually mean. That's what he's been trying to say this whole ass time. I think he's tried to make that point like 6 or 7 times, and she has not understood it once. Like, over and over, he's just trying to say, like, he's like, hey, sloganeering is fucking stupid. It doesn't work, because then the problem is you end up exactly with what I just described. You end up in a position where you're using the same slogan to describe 2 very different positions. So instead of that, let's just take the time to substantively identify what I really believe, what I really am putting forth. And he keeps trying to make that point. She just keeps not understanding, and she's like arguing. He's just like I think this is a worthwhile. I think this is like a worthwhile thing to do to explain the full position. And for some reason, she seems to she just keeps wanting to fight with that point. With like, actually, I think you should just say I want to abolish ICE and say nothing else. Like,
you could easily be put into that camp, too, given some of your positions that you continue to hold. For example, whether you want to call it dismantling ICE or reorganizing ICE under different agencies or whatever you want to call it. You support getting rid of ICE.
It's not actually a joke. It's how are you going to enforce it? What sort of enforcement are you going to do? And if going back to the Justice Department makes sense to me. And ICE would no longer exist, but you'd still have immigration enforcement. But this is the biggest.
Could you actually? I'm curious your view. Because the counter to that would be, well, if you're just going to do enforcement, why not just keep ICE and reform ICE, right? There's some group of people would say, oh, it's too radical to get rid of ICE. We need to just reform it, vet better, et cetera. Why do you think that it needs to be taken apart? Because obviously I agree with you.
What Trump has done with it, I think just puts it in a category. And I don't know, theoretically within the Department of Homeland Security, I suppose you could have immigration enforcement that made sense. But I think at this point we need a clean break. And look, the biggest thing that I want in all this is the ability to have a conversation, all right? And this is my biggest problem with the left. I have been unable to hold a town hall meeting for a year because a bunch of leftists show up and scream at me and don't let anyone else speak. We had a hearing in the University of Washington on whether or not to divest from Israel. After all the protests, we're going to have a hearing. So the first 3 people got up and testified in favor of divesting. 4th person got up and testified against divesting. 2 sentences in, shouted down, screamed at, wouldn't stop. The meeting, you talk about illiberal. okay, having people stand out in front of my house, screaming death threats at me and threatening my wife, okay? And the left, oh, well, of course we don't support. We're peace activists. We would never do something like that, okay? How about you just say, no, they did it, it's wrong, we're against it, we are going to be liberal, we're going to stand up for stuff. I think that whole thing has created a major problem as well. And that's what I try to have these conversations, and people, well, you're just a Trump supporter. We have to be able to have an intellectual discussion. I guess positive thing, I think Mamdani has done that.
Yeah.
I don't agree with everything he's doing, but he's having legitimate, thoughtful conversations instead of screaming matches over who can threaten the loudest.
Let me just, last question, because I know you have a briefing that you need to get to. As a result of your vote on the Massey Amendment, which would blockade Israel, AIPAC said, basically, we're done with this guy, pulled your name off their fundraising website. You're a person who, you are in a very important position for them, ranking member. They've given you a lot of money in the past. Have you spoken to them about that decision?
Yes.
And would you, in the future, do you want their money back? Because I know Pat Ryan was in a similar situation. He said, I'm done with them. I don't want their money. I don't think that we should.
This is another thing that I've never bought into.
Well, finish my question. He said effectively, I don't think we should be in league with this right-wing foreign government and an organization that supports it. Do you share that view, or you would be open to taking their money again?
I'd be open. I mean, given my position, I don't think that's going to happen. It's always been my position. I vote, take positions, and people decide whether or not to donate. And that's another thing that I don't think the left should take no money from corporations. Corporations are evil, they're awful, they're terrible. I don't think that's in keeping with how the country's going to run. We need businesses. And look, I've had many donors.
AIPAC's not a business, but
well, no, but it goes beyond AIPAC. We're not supposed to take any money from any people. How can you? I think that position divides us, and not necessarily. As far as AIPAC is concerned, you understand that they count anyone who's ever donated to AIPAC. I have a lot of friends that the supporters going back decades who give money to AIPAC and give money to me. Okay, I'm not going to.
You have taken AIPAC contributions. That's not in the character.
No, absolutely. But the whole broad thing of Well,
they make it in fairness, because I think it's a very difficult thing to track. They intentionally, they create other groups.
By the way, his position here is the correct position to have. He's absolutely just taking the correct position, but you're never going to get these types of people. You're never going to get them to agree with this position, and B, you'll never get them to engage honestly with this argument. The argument he's making is that I don't think it should matter whatsoever who you take money from. I think it's kind of irrelevant. I'll take money from whoever the fuck wants to give me money. He basically, he kind of said it right there. I think he was on his way to saying it before she cut him off in the middle of him before he got to make this point. Basically, what he was trying to get at is that, look, I'm going to take the positions that I'm going to take. I'm going to make my policy positions, my position on X, Y, or Z issue very clear, and then people will hear my positions, and whoever wants to donate to me will donate to me. And then he even said, he's given the position I take on Israel now, I don't think AIPAC's gonna donate to me, just because of the policy position that I have on them, or on Israel. So I just don't think AIPAC's gonna want to give me money, given what I believe about how we should treat Israel right now. Right? That's what he's saying. That is absolutely 100% the correct position to take. 100%. It just is. Who gives a fuck who donates money to you? Realistically, when people donate money to your campaign, you should always be willing to. Who cares? Accept the money. Who gives a fuck? Because all you're going to use that money for anyway, theoretically, if you're following the law, all you should be using that money for anyways to try to win your fucking election. And that's as a candidate, that is your one and only job. Win your goddamn election. If you're a candidate, your job is to win. That's it. Win your fucking election. So if someone wants to give you money, if a corporation wants to give you money, if AIPAC wants to give you money, fine, fucking take it. But what you should never be doing is what you should never, ever be doing. And if you do, then in my mind, that's disqualifying immediately. Disqualifying like that is changing your opinion because of money that was given to you by someone. And as long as you're not doing that, this is the point he's making. As long as that's not happening, so long as you make your position clear, and then someone donates money to you, and then your position's the same after, you've done nothing wrong. And it doesn't matter who that person in the middle was that gave you money. If you say, this is what I believe about Israel, and then AIPAC gives you $1 bazillion, and then afterwards you say, this is what I believe about Israel, and they're the fucking same, you're good. You're fine. That's how it should be. And that is the correct position. He's making the correct position. She'll never accept that in a million years. No one, and nobody that has the belief system that she has will ever fucking have a substantive discussion about that, about fucking campaign finance stuff, or take that opinion into consideration whatsoever. It is what it is.
And they try to hide some of this money now that it's become a toxic.
It's just where we're at. It's where we're at right now.
Name, but final real last question for you. Abdul El-Sayed running in Michigan against Representative Haley Stevens. AIPAC and affiliated groups have spent $30 million in that race to support Haley Stevens. You're someone who is concerned about democracy. I mean, do you see that as a crisis for democracy when you have tens of millions of dollars of outside money, whether it's PAC or Big Pharma or whoever, coming in and backing one candidate? Is that something that should be banned in Democratic primaries?
I support McCain-Feingold, and I think Citizens United was one of the 2 or 3 worst Supreme Court decisions ever made. You ought to be able to limit IEs. And I don't care if it's coming from business, if it's coming from AIPAC, if it's coming from labor, if it's coming, because left groups have big IEs too. I mean, everyone acts like they don't have any money. I remember
it's no competition. competition for what's coming in on the other side. But just to put a fine point on it, the Democratic Party.
Bro, I don't understand. I guess I wonder when people say stuff like this, when people like Crystal say stuff, do they just expect people to not? I guess they probably, yeah, okay. I just figured it out in my head as I was going through it. Yeah, I think they probably just expect that nobody's gonna look into anything ever. I think that's why they'll just say shit that's stupid, because they just don't expect anybody to look into anything ever. It's like her point there. Well, it's nothing compared to what's coming in on the other side. She's talking about AIPAC. I mean, she's literally only been talking about AIPAC this entire time. That's all she cares about. Literally, that's if you ever watch her show, that she just cares about AIPAC. That's just about it. Maybe she'll throw like I don't know what else. Like a big pharma. Maybe she'll throw a big pharma at you every once in a while. I don't even think. I don't think so. I don't think. Usually that's more of like a right wing thing. She seems to only care about AIPAC. So when she says, "Oh, it's nothing compared to what's coming in on the other side," she's just talking about AIPAC spending. I guess she just doesn't expect anyone to look at anything ever. That's why she'll just like confidently say stuff like that. AIPAC doesn't spend that much money comparatively to other lobbying groups. The motherfuckers be spending. Okay, don't get me wrong. AIPAC be spending too. They spend money, a good amount of it. But then you compare it to every other like big lobbying group, and you're like, oh goddamn, they're a small fish in a big pond. They really don't spend that much money comparatively to other fucking big lobbying groups. There are so many fucking organizations other than AIPAC that spend so much more money than they do. But for some reason, they only care about that one. So weird. So weird. By the way, I'm shitting on her right now for the dumb fuck shit she just said. But I also think that he just said some dumb fuck shit too. Not necessarily in the fact that he has a desire to limit independent expenditures. That's what he said. We should be able to limit IEs. He means independent expenditures, basically like private entities or disconnected entities from campaigns, private organizations, whether it be AIPAC, whether it be corporations, whether it be whoever the fuck, being able to spend the result of the Citizens United decision is basically what we're getting at here. Private entities being able to spend whatever amount of money they want to spend, it is unlimited, to prop up a candidate of their choosing. He's saying that we should be able to limit it. Then I encounter a lot of people that have this position. And like, here's what I'll say before I shit on him, because I'm going to shit on him. I sympathize with the position. I do. But when I have one of my first steps, when I have a position, when I think of like, oh, I wish something was like this, or I wish that this would happen, or I wish we could have this. One of the first steps of that analysis for me, whenever I think of something that I would want or that I think should happen, is like, okay, I do want it. I do think it should happen. And then now the biggest part of that equation is how. And I think that needs to be like one of your biggest things. People say like, oh, we should be able to limit independent expenditures. How? Like, from a legalistic point of view, think about it. How? With the First Amendment still in place. I'll say that. I'll take a step back. If you got rid of the First Amendment, it'd be fucking easy. It'd be a walk in the park. It'd be the easiest thing anyone's ever done. You just pass a law and say you cannot spend money as a private entity. You cannot spend money in a way that results in, I don't know, positive or negative coverage, or positive or negative advertising, or positive or negative fucking sentiment being pushed towards a political party or a political candidate. Can't do it. If the First Amendment, if we didn't have it, that would be the easiest law anyone's ever passed. And that would work. That would stop it all, theoretically. But in the current US framework, where we do have the First Amendment, how the fuck do you get around the First Amendment problem? I shouldn't say First Amendment problem. First Amendment's awesome. But how do you get around the First Amendment if you're going to try to limit the amount of money a private entity can spend in order to prop up something political, whether it be an issue, a candidate, a party, whatever? How do you do that? And then this gets into really deep territory. How the fuck do you categorize this shit? Okay, so let's say you did want to ban independent expenditures. So let's say you would ban. Fuck it. Let's just say you passed a law that just banned independent expenditures in politics altogether. Just banned, not allowed, right? Okay, so that would mean that almost certainly, you could not, as a private entity, you could not spend your own money as let's say Apple. I'm just going to use Apple as the example here. Everyone knows what Apple is. Easy. Apple could not pay, out of their pocket. They could not spend their own money to create an ad to run on network television that made, I don't know, fucking Joe Biden look good, right? Not allowed. You could not, as Apple, spend your own money to make a pro Joe Biden ad to run on TV. Not allowed. Okay. That's easy. That's the easiest. That's a walk in the park example to think of. That would be disallowed. Okay. Now let's say, could Apple spend their own money to run I'm trying to think of an issue that would be like important to them. An issue that's like directly tied to politics that would be like important to Apple. Like a pro, I don't know, Taiwan. I don't know, like can you make like a pro fucking Taiwan ad, right? Because there's no fucking way Apple wants Taiwan to get taken over by China. There's no fucking universe in which they'd be chill with that. Could Apple spend their own money out of pocket to make it? I was trying to, the reason I was being a little slow there because I was like, well, shit. Actually, I don't know. Would Apple have a huge issue with Taiwan getting fucking scooped up by China? I think they would actually. I don't think they would want. I don't think fucking an American company would ever want to live, especially an American tech company, would ever want to live in a world in which the world's primary exporter of fucking chips is entirely controlled and dominated by the CCP. Don't think that they would want that. So let's say, well, I guess that's the example I'll stick with. The example of them like using their own money to create a pro-Biden ad, that's obvious. Walk in the park example, easy. That would be disallowed for sure. Could they spend their own money to make a pro-Taiwan ad to promote Taiwanese independence? Could they do that? Well, I don't know. It is a private company spending private money in order to promote a political position, right? Pro-Taiwanese freedom, pro-Taiwanese independence. And well, let's say only one of the two political parties we have agrees with that position. Are you not almost necessarily like trying to push the American public towards voting for that political party? If you're spending a bunch of money to run ads that convince the American public that supporting Taiwanese independence is the good thing to do, the correct thing to do, and then we look over at the political parties and only one of them supports that idea, well, aren't you kind of by definition saying that, well, if I want to do the good thing, if I want the good thing to happen, I got to vote for that party, right? That might be like a little bit of a contrived way to get there, but like the point I'm making is like, I don't know how the fuck, if you want to limit independent expenditures, okay, well, you're already going to have a First Amendment issue. You're already going to run into that. The First Amendment's going to block you most of the time in trying to pass laws limiting what private actors do with their money. You're going to run into some roadblocks there on the First Amendment grounds. But let's say you can get around the First Amendment. Even then, how the fuck do you do the categorization? I don't know if that's what do you do? What the fuck is a political expenditure at that point? How do you draw those lines? It's like every line I could think of, I'm just like, look, someone might have the answers to this. I'm just saying that I don't. And in my mind, this is a fucking nearly impossible issue. Because every line that I can think of to draw, I immediately, as soon as I think of it, like, oh, maybe that, I immediately run into like a dozen problems in my head where I'm just like, oh shit, that wouldn't work at all. So all this is just to say, I just don't know how the fuck you would ever do this. But I do, again, I already said it. I sympathize with the desire, but again, like when I have a desire for a particular political outcome, I think one of the most important and one of the first things you should go through in your head is, okay, I would want that. I think it would be good. I wish we had it, but like, how do you do it? How would you do it? Is it possible? And once you have that answer, then you can go back to the advocating for the issue part. But if you want something and you can't even think of how the fuck you'd ever pull it off, then just shut the fuck up. Because what are we doing wasting our time advocating for impossible ass shit? Why? Waste of time. That's all I'm saying.
Party could itself, it's hard to change the Constitution and the Supreme Court, et cetera. The Democratic Party itself could ban that type of spending in primaries. They can. Of course they can.
No, hold on.
The DNC can set their own rules for how their own primaries are run.
They can't block an IE.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't. What are you talking about?
They can set their own rules for what type of money can be spent in these campaigns. Is that something you would support?
I would, but
okay, you would support it, but you don't believe that it's possible.
Okay, I'm making my final call. I'm making my final decision. She is bad faith. That's true. Because I don't want to like give her the out there and say like, oh, well, it's not that she's bad faith. No, she still is. You could see in a lot of the stuff she does, and a lot of stuff she says, she is still bad faith. However, it is, yeah, okay, I've made up my mind. She's just fucking stupid. Yeah, Crystal Ball is just really fucking dumb. So I don't think that these two people are talking about the same thing right now. I don't think they are. But they should be, because he specifically, like 4 times right there, said IE, IE, IEs, IEs. If she doesn't know what that means, it's incumbent upon her to ask him what he means by it. You can't just like, if someone uses like an acronym or some like colloquial term that you're unfamiliar with in front of you, you can't just assume that you know what they're talking about and then move forward and speak confidently like you are correct in your assumption about what they're talking about. You can't do that, because then you just look dumb, like she is currently looking dumb. If he said IE and she didn't know what that meant, it's incumbent upon her to ask what the fuck he means. Because no, Crystal, no, you cannot. The party itself cannot ban independent expenditures. That doesn't even make sense. If you even have like some sort of conceptualization of what an independent expenditure is, that makes no fucking sense. You're telling me that you think the Democratic Party, as by the way, the Democratic Party is itself a private entity. You think that the party, one private entity, can tell another private entity, say, I'll go back to my Apple example. You think that the Democratic Party could tell Apple, could force Apple to not run an ad that they wanted to run that happened to benefit one political candidate over another? No. That doesn't even make sense facially. We don't even have to dig too deep into that. You just say the example and you're like, well, that doesn't make sense at all. Of course. No, the Democratic Party can't tell a fucking private actor how to spend its money. I'm almost positive that what she thinks that they are discussing right now is the notion that the Democratic Party could refuse money from a private entity. So if Apple was like, "Hey, I want to, make the maximum contribution to the Democratic Party for this upcoming campaign or campaign cycle," the party could be like, "No, we actually reject your donation." Sure, that's not the same thing as independent expenditures. But he said, "I'm not getting." Normally, I would just say like, "Oh, they're misunderstanding each other. They need to just come back to. They need to reset." Explain terms and then move forward. That's what I would normally say. Problem is, he said IE over and over and over, and she is just doing that. She's just assuming that she knows what he's saying, but she doesn't. Clear what he's saying, by the way. It's not his fault that she's misinterpreting. It's not his fault. He's being very clear. She just doesn't understand the term, and rather than asking, she's just assuming that she knows what it means. Yeah, I think this interaction right here solidified the thing I was talking about earlier. She is bad faith for one. She always has been, but she's also really stupid. So yeah.
No, the IEs are independent. They can do what they want to do. The Democratic Party can't come. You think the Democratic Party could just come in and tell AIPAC not to spend money?
Yeah, I think they could run their own primaries the way they want to run their primaries and set the rules for that. They absolutely could. That's something that was part of the debate for the last DNC chair.
I'll have to look into it.
Take a look at it.
Even if the DNC
but you would
says that,
in theory, you would support it.
I would support anything that bans IEs, but
okay.
I'm kind of disappointed in him actually for saying, okay, I would have to look into that. Because if you say like, okay, the problem is I feel like people all too often, they'll make concessions during a conversation like this. They'll make concessions, and they're not necessarily in the moment thinking about how that concession is going to be interpreted later on by the average viewer. So I understand that almost certainly what happened. My guess is he's still very confident that he's correct here, but he's just like, okay, I'll have to look into it, because he's just like, it's fucking pointless. Like, were we just going to yell at each other back and forth about who's right? Fuck it, whatever. He's like, all right, I'll have to look into it. He's just trying to move on, right? But he's not understanding that when he does that, to the average person, what it looks like is that his confidence in his correctness is deflated, whilst she's over here still looking very confident. And so the average person, again, is not going to look into the actual fact of the matter. Most people will not hear this interaction and then go research who's correct. Most people will watch this interaction play out and then go, well, she had a strong position, he had a strong position, and then he backed down from his strong position and she maintained her strong position, so she must have been right. Which is unfortunate, because she is wrong and dumb here in this particular instance. He's 100% actually correct. So it's unfortunate. I'm a little bit disappointed that he backed down like that, but it was because almost certainly it's because he's just fucking doesn't want to deal with it. He just wants to move on. But there's certain times, I think, where no matter how much you want, no matter how much you have like a subjective desire to just move on in the conversation, it's just not worth it. You cannot concede. There's certain things you cannot concede, because if you do, then you're concede. If you concede one small thing, sometimes that one small thing chain reacts into much bigger things. Like in this instance, for him to concede that, okay, maybe the Democratic Party can limit independent expenditures. Maybe they can, and they just choose not to. You're basically just granting her everything she said throughout this entire segment, that like the whole like the campaign finance issue is theoretically solvable overnight. But Democrats are just choosing to not do it. That's what you're granting. It might you might think like, what? No, he's not granting that. He's just saying he might have been wrong on this one particular issue. But this one particular issue chain reacts all the way up to that bigger claim. If you're telling me that they can, the party can just say no to independent expenditures and just stop them like that, at the drop of a button, and they're just not doing that, well, what you're like almost tacitly admitting is that basically the entire campaign finance issue has been solved already. It's already solvable, and the party's just decided not to solve it. So he shouldn't have granted this, or he didn't grant it. He just shouldn't have backed down from his strong position. He should have just like been like, well, look, I'm right. Those at home can go look into it for themselves, and you can go look into it for yourself. The fact of the matter is, I'm correct. That's how this should have ended. But
These are by their
And you
nature.
think it's a problem for democracy,
Yes.
wherever the money's coming from?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Congressman, spirited exchange. I appreciate it. Genuinely. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks. Happy to do it. Hey, if you like it.
well, I mean, yeah, I would probably agree with people that out of all the politicians that have been on Breaking Points have been interviewed by Crystal, he performed better than anyone else has. I will still maintain my position that even though, yes, he did perform the best that anyone has yet, this was still a complete waste of time. He shouldn't have gone on the show. Look, if you're going to do an interview, the only interviews that are worth doing are the ones in which you and the interviewer are there for the same purpose. They are there to, I don't know, try to find the truth. There's probably a litany of better ways to say that. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to run away. My dog fell down the stairs. I just heard that happen, and I had to run and make sure she was okay. Okay. Continuing on. I don't remember what I was saying when I left, but yeah, this was this video was a clusterfuck. I don't know. I think politicians should stop going on. I think politicians should stop going on the show, quite frankly. It's just not worth it. It's just never going to be the type of conversation that you clearly want to have. It was very clear the type of conversation that he wanted to have here today, and he just did not get that because she has no interest in giving him that. If you want a substantive conversation about, policy and, if you want to go talk about, what you're currently working on, what Congress is working on, what you think the party should be doing better, and you just really want to actually get into it, talk substance, and not just be relentlessly clip farmed, you need to talk to a journalist who's going to do those things, who's going to give you those things. Crystal Ball will never be that person. Crystal Ball is she just wants you to come on the show, and she wants to sit down with you, and she wants to fucking relentlessly clip farm you into oblivion. That's what she wants. Okay? And so if you're expecting a substantive conversation, you're just not going to get that here. So stop showing up. That would be my recommendation. Although, again, yeah, I'll give him credit and say that of the politicians that have come on her show, he performed the best of them all so far. So I'll give him that credit. But regardless, I just don't think it's worth it. But hey, good job. Okay. What else do we have? I think we don't have much left. Saved a couple more links for shit that I saw that seemed ridiculous. There's one thing that I was gonna try to hit today, but I actually think I want to leave it because I actually don't think I want to. I don't think I want to just like brainlessly yap about this on stream. There's a thing I saw that I was like thinking about a lot. I think I want to write up like a Substack article about this first and then discuss that. I want to go way more substantive on this issue, I think, than just whatever fucking random thoughts pop into my head on stream. I think this is like a put it off till later and talk about it once I've like really formally written up what I think about this. Okay. I just got some couple links here that I saved. The fuck is this? What is this? Breaking MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell surges in the odds to win Minnesota's GOP primary, now tied with Lisa DeMuth. 48%. The MyPillow guy. Okay, for one, I don't know how, because this is insane. This is nuts. For one, I didn't even know he was running. I didn't. Genuinely didn't. Two, how is he tied to win this primary? How? Bear in mind, this is the Polymarket odds. This is not like a poll, which I actually think, in a lot of circumstances, I think that looking at like the odds on like betting websites is like, how would you describe prediction? Oh, yeah. Okay. That's the correct phrase. I don't know what, sometimes I just like lose the correct phrase for stuff. In most circumstances, I think that looking at the odds shown on prediction markets is probably not the best way to gather what you think is going to happen or not happen, generally speaking. However, there is a more narrow subset of circumstances where I actually think that prediction markets are probably the most accurate like demonstration of, at least at a bare minimum, this is like the most accurate demonstration you're going to get of what people think will happen, because there are stakes to it, right? It's a prediction market, a betting market. Whatever outcome you choose to bet on, you're saying, I believe so strongly that this is what will happen that I'm going to put my money on it. So I think in cases like this, this is actually probably one of the most accurate pictures you're going to get. So the fact that it is now a tie, it is now dead tied between these two people for who people believe will win this primary is unhinged to me. If you don't know who Mr. Lindell here is, Mr. Lindell here might possibly be one of the most unhinged psychopathic characters to come out of the whole 2020 the election was stolen saga. This dude is crazy. Mike Lindell might be the very peak of what an election denier could be. This dude was going full throttle back in the day, back in the 2021 days, was going full throttle on the election was stolen claims, trying to get the election overturned. So the fact that he is now tied, and quite frankly, and this is just so unbelievably sad. It's a tragedy, is what it is, quite frankly. But the fact that he is such a vehement election denier might be a big part of the reason that he is doing well in the polls. The fact that he is tied in terms of what who people will think will win this primary. That's probably because he's such a vehement election denier, unfortunately. But yeah, I saw this. This is nuts to me. That we very well might end up in a situation in which the Republican opposition to win the governorship of Minnesota. Now, will the Minnesota governor end up being a Republican, especially Mike Lindell if he wins this primary? Will he win the general and become the governor of Minnesota? No, probably not. Almost certainly he won't. But it's just unhinged that we're gonna. Seems like a pretty solid chance that we're gonna end up in a world in which the Republican option, as between the two parties, the Republican option for Minnesota governor is going to be fucking Mike Lindell. It's going to be the My Pillow guy. It's going to be the unhinged, psychopathic election denier Mike Lindell. Oh, Lord have mercy. It just tells you something. It just tells you something. It says a lot about the types of people who are currently in this current modern era of the Republican Party. The types of people who are capable of rising through the ranks to become the nominees, to win primaries. If you end up in a situation in where a state like Minnesota, the Republicans, I should say, in a state like Minnesota, are voting for Mike Lindell, of all people, to be their representative, to be the guy running their state, that's just... We have fallen. What a fall from grace that is. So, kill me. I hope this won't happen. Again, actually, I will say, obviously I can't speak to whether or not he'll win the primary. Again, at least the people that are putting their money on the line seem to think that there's an even chance that they seem to believe it's just a fucking coin flip whether or not this guy's going to win this nomination. But thank fuck he happens to be from a state like Minnesota, because there's just no fucking chance he'll win the general. Especially a guy like him. I mean, to have a Republican win the Minnesota governorship, they would have to be like a moderate. They'd have to be very moderate, and he's, I mean, quite frankly, the farthest fucking thing from that. So, he'll get blown the fuck out in the general, which is, I mean, right? Thank fucking God. But the fact that he very well might win the primary is it's an indictment in and of itself. It's just an indictment of the American public, just as it is. It's crazy, fucking ridiculous. Let's see what else. What the fuck else did I save? Oh, this is another fucking Polymarket one, bro. There, this got me. This got me earlier. I saw this fucking tweet come across my For You page earlier. Apparently, the people, at least the people that are predicting on Polymarket, the people that are willing to put their money on the line, they say there's a 13% chance that Trump creates a tariff dividend by the end of the year. Now, here's what I wanted to say about this. Here's what I will say about this. 13%, guys. 13. Nothing has ever made me believe more that motherfuckers are hopping on this website, Polymarket. I've never used it. But nothing has ever made me believe more that people are hopping on this website to lose intentionally so that they can write off gambling losses on their taxes than this prediction market right here. Nothing has ever made me believe that stronger. You're telling me that enough people bet, enough people have purchased contracts saying that Trump will create a tariff dividend this year where the odds got up to 13%? Really? Really? Nothing has ever made me believe more that there's a subsect of the population that uses. I'm sure, what do you call them? Fuck, what's one of them? The sports gambling, fucking the apps and websites that are specifically for sports predictions, sports gambling shit. Fuck, why can't I think of any of them? There's like 4 of these that are huge. I don't know why I can't think of any of them. Oh my god, can't think of a single one. There's a lot of these. What the fuck? What's going on? What's going on in my brain right now? I actually can't do it. I don't know. I can't think of any of them. Okay. Well, the point. I don't know why I can't do this. It'll pop. One of them will pop into my head at some point. The point was going to be I know that there are millions of people that use like the sports gambling, the sports prediction apps and websites genuinely, for fun. If people enjoy this, it makes sense to me, right? And so it doesn't. It makes total sense to me that the Polymarket is one. I think on here you can bet, or you can purchase contracts is what they say, but you can bet on pretty much anything. But a lot of people use it for betting on politics stuff. And so I do believe in my heart of hearts that there's a shitload of people that use it genuinely because they find fun in it. I believe that. But after seeing this one, I am now 100% convinced that there is a certain subsect of the user base of this platform that solely hop on here so that they can throw a bunch of money away and then write it off as a gambling loss on their taxes. Because who in the fuck can you? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me take a step back. Can you even fathom? Can you even contemplate the level of delusion that you have to be on to believe that Trump will actually, we will actually end up getting sent out tariff dividends? The level of fucking psychosis you have to be operating on to come to the conclusion that there is any chance whatsoever that you will receive a tariff dividend check. I cannot fucking believe it. And that's why, in my mind, this has to be intentional losses. That has to be what's going on here. It must be. Surely. Because there just is no. I refuse to believe in my. I refuse to have that negative of an opinion of my fellow Americans, even though I already have a very, very negative opinion of my fellow Americans. But I can't. I refuse to allow myself to get to a place where I have that low of an opinion of my fellow Americans to believe that really 13%. Really, no, you are delusional. You've lost it. Fuck me. I wonder. Okay, wait, hold on. Actually, hold on a second. I just said all that, but actually, now that I think about it, I still do think it's pure delusion. I think it's pure delusion to think that you will actually receive a tariff dividend check. I think that's fucking delusion. I think you've lost the plot if you think that that's going to happen. However, here's a curiosity I have. Here's something. Does this take me to the actual? It does. It does. Okay. Here's a question. If I actually go to this market, this prediction market, and I look at the rules, this market will resolve to yes if the Trump administration formally creates, example, by signing federal legislation or performing executive. Oh. Okay. Ignore everything I said before then. This makes total sense. In fact, I was clowning on people for allowing it to get this high. I thought it was insane that it was up to 13%. I thought 13% was way too high. That there's no way there's a 13% chance that we're going to get tariff dividend checks. However, now, upon reading the rules, I think this is way too low. I think this should be 80% low key, because read the actual text of the rules. Okay, here's a recommendation I'll make to people. If you're going to use the betting market websites, if you're going to use them, or if you're going to use the prediction market websites, you've got to read the rules of how the contract resolves. You have to, because the market will resolve to yes if the Trump admin formally creates by signing federal legislation, which is the thing that will not fucking happen, or performing executive action. So you're telling me that it counts as a yes if Trump just signs an executive order creating a tariff dividend check or like creating a fund to send out tariff dividends. That counts as a yes. Even if he were to sign that executive order and the federal courts were to immediately block him from sending out that money because it wasn't appropriated by Congress, so it's definitionally illegal for him to do that. Remember, if you remember back to the COVID days, the COVID checks that we got that were sent out, those were congressionally approved because they have to be. Congress has to approve, funds like that being sent out in that manner. The president can't just do it unilaterally. But the way this is written is if he just signs an executive order to do it, but then it never happens because the courts block it immediately because it's blatantly unconstitutional for him to do that, it still counts as a yes. And so I retract everything I said then. I thought this story was crazy because 13% was too high. But upon reading the rules, I think 13% is way the fuck too low. Because Trump is the kind of guy that would just sign an executive order saying like, okay, we're sending out tariff dividends. He would just sign that, knowing full well that this shit's not going to happen. In fact, if I remember correctly, that was one of the things that people were expecting him to do when the Supreme Court was ruling on the tariffs. Because it was kind of the question was kind of up in the air whether or not the courts would make Trump pay back the tariffs that he had already collected. Because, well, if they were collected illegally, the government can't benefit from an illegal tax. We've had plenty of case law on this particular topic in the past. The government cannot benefit from an illegal tax. And so the tariffs were an illegal tax. The ones that got overturned, at least, they were. And so the question up in the air was, okay, well, the government can't benefit from an illegal tax. And so is it going to have to pay the tariffs back? That people were wondering. And it seems like, actually, I read a story earlier. It seems like some tariff payments, some tariff repayments have been made. So it seems like the answer was yes, you will have to pay some of it back, right? And so I remember back then people were expecting that he would just sign an executive order to create tariff dividends so that he could make the argument that, whoa, I can't pay the money back. It's already been sent to the people. You're going to take the money away from the people? It was, the point being that if you were to send the money out to the people, it would put the courts in a really, really unfortunate and uncomfortable position where are you going to say that money has to be clawed back from the American people? Is that really what you're going to do? The Supreme Court? That's what you want to do. And so people were expecting him to do that at the time. And so the fact that this contract resolves as a yes if he just does that, I don't know. 13% might be too low. He might do this shit. Interesting. And then on top of all that, that's my top line reasoning for thinking this is kind of wild. There's an even darker reason why this might turn into something here. There's an even darker reason for it. Can anybody guess what it is? I'll just say the fact that yes is only at 13%. Actually, wait, can I check this? Wait. Can I check this? If I were to bet, let's say if I were to bet just $100, yeah, if I put $100 on yes that he will do this, 386. So theoretically, you could have some big baller come in here. Oh wait, is there like a limit? Stake mid pump. Yeah, you live? Yeah, I'm live. Fuck, I'm right here. Is there a limit? Can you only do? There's no way it's 1,000. What's the cap here? Is it not 6? Is it like 5? I don't know what the limit is. Doesn't matter. But theoretically, you could have a bunch of people come in here and max bet this. Yeah, no, some people just play a video of an old yeah, that's true. People do that. The spooky thing here is theoretically you could just have a bunch of people close to the administration come in here and max bet this shit while the percentage chance is super low. At fucking 13. You can just have them all come in and max bet the fuck out of this, and then he just signs an executive order to create tariff dividends, and then he knows that shit's not gonna fucking happen. He knows that they're not gonna get sent out. The federal courts are gonna block the fuck out of that. That's unconstitutional as a motherfucker, dude. Obviously, if Congress doesn't pass it, it's not legal. It can't happen. So he could have all his homies come in here and max bet this, and then just write the executive order knowing full well that he's never going to have to send that money out. The courts are going to block it. Fine. And then all his homies get rich. That's already happening. Yeah, I mean, there was a fucking there have been people that have been arrested for it. Ironically enough, it's never the guys at the top that get arrested for doing it. You know they are. We all know they are. We all know that the people like that are in the Trump inner circle are using stuff like the prediction markets to just make bank, right? But there was the guy that the military dude that went on the raid to capture Maduro. That how much was it that he bet? He bet like the house, bro. He bet like everything he had. That I forget what the exact prediction market was. It was like, will the United States, or no, I think it was like something about will Maduro remain in charge of Venezuela or something like that. I think it was something along those lines, right? The phrasing. It's like, will Maduro still be the president by the end of the month or some bullshit like that? And the dude fucking max bet. Like he bet like his fucking life savings that no, he won't be, because he was on the fucking mission to go capture the motherfucker. I wonder whatever happened to that guy. I kind of like I obviously saw when that case, I saw when the guy was arrested for it. But I wonder what happened. I wonder what the current status of that case is. Sorry, I'm just fucking brain is fried after watching that Breaking Points video. Jesus. Yeah, I wonder what happened to that case. Maybe that'd be something that'd be funny to look into and see if that has been resolved at all yet, or what stage of the trial they're at right now. I mean, it's still that arrest wasn't that long ago, so there's no way they've gone to trial yet. No fucking chance. But it'd be interesting to look into it. Okay. Yeah, I can't fucking believe. I can't believe that 13%. Given what the rules of that market are, 13% are really low. Is really low because it'd be so easy. I can imagine a world in which Trump wakes up tomorrow and signs an executive order to try to do something like that. And if anything, I think that if his tariff regime is ever threatened again, I think he might. Because remember, people were expecting him to do it the first time when the Supreme Court was ruling on that first batch of tariffs. People were, in fact, like, I thought he was going to do it. I thought he was. Genuinely, I believed he was. I thought he would sign an executive order to get the tariff money sent out to people with tariff dividend checks, like he said he was going to do. I thought he was going to sign an executive order to make that happen right after the Supreme Court ruled that those tariffs were illegal. So that way, if people tried to, so that way he could get the political benefit, because who doesn't like being sent money, bro? Motherfuckers would be so happy about it that it would help him politically. And then you put the Supreme Court in a really awkward position, like I said, because, when eventually they get put in a position where they have to answer the question of, okay, now does the government have a legal obligation to pay the money back that they collected in illegal taxes? Well, past Supreme Court precedent says that they do. And so you're putting the Supreme Court in a really awkward position where it's like, oh shit, are we going to follow our past precedent and make you pay this back, money that you collected illegally, and therefore in the process say that we have to claw this money back from the American people, from average everyday people, which would be a fucking very unpopular Supreme Court decision? Or do they rule in the Trump admin's favor and let it go? I really thought that that's what he was going to do, and he didn't end up doing it. And I think the reason he didn't end up doing it is because it became immediately clear that he could continue the tariff regime via other statutory methods. And so because he was able to continue the tariff regime, it's like, well, okay, am I going to have to pay back that money? Am I going to have to pay back some of the money I already collected to some companies? Yes. But if I just do that, if I just go ahead and send the money back to some of these companies, and although he didn't even just send the money back, he did make them go to court and fight for it. But regardless, he's like, okay, we can just pay some of this money back to some companies, and then we can continue the tariff regime over here, and we just keep our head down and we keep tariffing. Or we can turn this whole thing into a big clusterfuck fight, and then maybe it all falls apart. I think he decided to just go with the original, to just go with the moving forward with the tariff regime under different statutory methods. I think. I like, obviously I can't read this motherfucker's mind. He's insane and stupid. So who knows what he's thinking at any given time? But I feel like that was probably the logic. I'm a fellow EU citizen, and my great administration signed a treaty that made those tariffs legal. your great administration with the European Union. Well, unfortunately, the EU signing treaties with America has no bearing whatsoever on whether or not our actions are legal or illegal. It only it matters insofar as Congress delegates the power, and in the case of a treaty, it only matters insofar as Congress ratifies the treaty. So, unfortunately, the European Union can sign whatever treaty they want. It doesn't really have any bearing on whether or not our actions are legal under our law until Congress decides that it is by ratifying a treaty or by delegating the power through legislation. Yay. Our president can't just unilaterally sign treaties and have them immediately go into effect right away, right? Congress has to ratify them. Okay. I'm looking through my list here. Do I have anything else to hit today? We did. Got through this, and everything I saved to talk about, we talked about. Other than this one thing, but I'm not going to do it. Your Congress did ratify it, or am I misinformed? They might have. I'm just saying, like, I'm just only saying it from the perspective of how your first message was worded. Like, I'm saying the EU signing a treaty doesn't actually have any bearing. It only matters insofar as Congress decides that they want to ratify it. We've had tons of presidents sign tons of treaties with tons of different countries, and then all for it to get back to Congress, and then Congress tell them to kick rocks. Happens all the time. Well, not unfortunately. Sometimes it's for good reason. Sometimes there's situations in which the president brings back dumb fuck ass treaties. It's like, okay, we're not ratifying this. Are you out of your mind? I actually think, who was it? Was it Bush? Nah, it wouldn't have been Bush, right? Hold on. I'm gonna look this up. There's actually one. This is actually an interesting. One of our presidents. It might have been Clinton. Hold on. Or I'm stupid. It was Clinton. Good guess. I was gonna say at some point we had a president sign on to the Rome Statute, and then Congress told him to kick fucking rocks. And I think it was. I think in this case, actually, I might say. Oh yeah, in Clinton's case, he signed onto the Rome Statute, and then he never even submitted it to Congress because obviously, like, before you submit anything to Congress, whether it be a treaty or whether it be like a bill that some congressman wants to propose, like before you ever submit anything to take it all the way through the entire process, like you're gonna want to at least get like a preliminary vibe for the amount of votes you're gonna get. Now, if it's a close call, then fuck it, go ahead and submit it because then you can you can push people to change their votes. So if it's like, if it needs like 50 out of 50 senators, and you do like kind of a preliminary like feel around for how many people would be willing to vote yes on it, and you see that 42 people would be willing to vote yes on it, like that might be enough for you to say like, okay, fuck it, then I'm going to submit it because I'm confident that I can convince 8 more people to change their votes, or I guess 9 to get it to 51, or I guess your vice president would be the tiebreaker. So yeah, just 8 more people. Like at that point, it might be just worth it. But if you do the preliminary like feel around and you find out like 20 people are willing to vote yes, it's just like, yeah, fuck it. I'm not even gonna bother. What a waste of time. Like we just don't. Yeah, you're gonna spend political capital trying to convince people to change their votes, knowing full well you are never getting to 50. Don't do it. Fucking don't waste your time. Who cares? So yeah, we have this happen all the time with treaties. This kind of hit me. I was like, I'm pretty sure one of our presidents tried to sign the Rome Statute, and the Congress is just like, there's just no way. Absolutely not. So fuck it. All right. There's nothing else on the list. That confirms it. There's nothing. List is empty. What did I just get? What the fuck is this? Oh, nothing. Okay. All right. That is it. We have nothing else to discuss. And my fucking throat hurts anyway. I've been yapping too much. I've been yapping for 4 hours. Okay, I'm over it. This is like the longest stream we've done in a long time. Okay, usually don't stream for this long. I'm fixing that. We're bringing it back. We're bringing the streams back. I swear to God. I've said this before and it never materializes. I always say like, oh, we're gonna start streaming again more. And then we don't. I swear. I fucking swear to you, we are gonna stream more. That's why today is a long stream, because we're bringing it back. Okay. So, although in this instance, I don't know when I'll be back again. Not tomorrow. Not Saturday. Not Sunday. Fuck. It might be a minute. Genuinely might be a minute. And by a minute, I mean like it might be a week before we stream again. I really don't have that much time. My schedule's fucked, guys. My schedule's a nightmare. There's so few days in the week in which I can stream. Usually I might be able to on the weekends. This weekend's fucked. I have to drive halfway across this fucking country and then back in one day. Okay. So, this weekend's not happening. All right. Anyway, look, I don't know when I'll be back, but I will be. I swear to you. It won't be another month. It won't be a month. It won't be another month. I'm not going to do that to you again. I will be back within a week. I swear. Okay. Appreciate you being here. It was fun. And when I do come back, I will have shit for us to actually go over and talk about. It's going to be great. Okay. I will see you later. Peace out. See you later. Bye. See you later. Bye. Have a great rest of your